Hello! Welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Culinary disaster. I hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for, 16 whole months. I appreciate all your support very much. So, World Builder. We are here to Unseeker Crush. Thank you. Speaking of Unseeker Crush, she is joining us from the other room today. Robot's friend, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Phallus, great to see you as well. On Saturday last week, after our first World Builder game building stream, I spent some time. I rewatched the stream, mostly to make sure I got everyone's name that contributed to add to the credits. So that's all updated. And then I also spent a bunch of time just kind of cleaning things up, what we had created so far. Spent a little more time getting used to the art tools. Cleaned up some little bit of text and maybe a tiny bit of code. I did my best to not change anything too drastically. Yes, Stream Ghost head feel bad. I hope she feels better soon also. So I think we'll start off showing where we're at so far. So this is our bus stop. Let's switch to the right scene here. I only tweaked this one a little bit. I did add, you can click on the sign now and get a close-up. There's actually an object that is being added to the scene that is like, it's right now it's just a big rectangle, but we can put whatever we want on here to show a close-up of the bus schedule. And then we can click to dismiss that. I also cleaned up the text a little bit. One thing I tried to do is to split like your mentions of like both directions you can go, and like I think in at least one case I included like, you know, a major object you could interact with into a separate paragraph just to kind of have description, and then, you know, here's what you might want to glance at if you're trying to, you know, remember what you can do in this room when you come back to it. So east of here, we have the Graham Memorial Library. Doors are locked. We have our little book drop that is jammed, so we can reach inside that. And currently we have a vague reference of an object being in there, but we don't actually get anything added to our inventory because we need to figure out the puzzle that's going to be part of. On this room, I didn't do too much either. I added a little shading to the bushes here to make them a little more dimensional. I tweaked the top, mostly because of something I learned about that I'll talk about more once we start drawing art again. Let's see, west of here, this is the screen I spent the most time on. I wanted a really nice looking front door, so I spent a lot of time tweaking this and experimenting with different shades of gray. One thing I learned is that there's not a lot of shades of gray that we have available to us that like work well right next to each other, like without a line dividing them. But these two grays here work really well next to each other. You know, there's a smooth transition between the two. Like if you look over here, you can see some of these pixels are kind of weird looking around the door. You know, it's not a big thing. I just, you know, wanted to spend a little time experimenting and stuff. So yeah, I just added a lot of detail and improved the shading, and then also added some nice little sconces here. Maple Mystery suggested those. And that's one of the things I learned about is that when you do like a little bitmap area, the areas like if you have an enclosed shape, then it will be opaque and it will cover up anything behind it. But if it's not fully closed, it's transparent. So I didn't realize that at first, but once I figured that out, it's a lot more flexible in what you can do. Like, I just had to, I think I drew these in Mac Paint and then pasted them in here, and they just, automatically had the transparency that I wanted, which was honestly surprising and impressive for a program from 1986. Thank you for the compliments. Also, hello, Slat Studio. Great to see you. Also, you can't see it because I didn't make this door interactive yet, but there is behind it a door going in. So when we open that up, it'll have a nice open appearance. And then west of here, we have our twisty little path. I added, again, some shading here and the bushes and in the backyard, and then added a little more dimension to our greenhouse. Oh, and these little different shaded areas around the path, just kind of fooling around with giving a little dimension to it. So that's pretty much where we're at. Oh, also we can open that little door, get a nice creak there. Oh, and then we have I guess this on, is that just on this screen? Okay. I found out that you can customize the commands menu. You can actually completely change it. It's a little tricky because it doesn't stick, so you have to customize it on every single screen. So if you wanted to completely change it and have it in a different state through your whole game, there's going to be a lot of copy and paste involved to make that work. But it is an interesting option. And I added a little credits option here, which goes to the credit screen where I've added what I decided to do, talk to Unsecret Crush about this, and basically everyone that makes a suggestion will definitely be in the credits, even if we didn't end up using that suggestion. So that's this section here. And then if I have space, I'm going to also have this special thanks section for people that, familiar faces basically, that stopped by and, hung out for a bit in chat, but didn't necessarily make a suggestion. So that'll just be if we have enough room in the credits when everything is done. But I figured that was a good approach. Thank you, Val. And Slat Studio, thanks. So let's see. How do we leave here? Can I leave here? Maybe not. We'll just quit. That's one thing I wanted to talk about at some point. I'll get to that later. I've got I made a lot of notes. It's like 2 pages long. Of different things we can add. Oh, right. One thing I wanted to do, let's open this back up again real quick. We added, I was trying to remember how we worded this in the code. Examine bus stop, is that right? Okay, yeah. So if you type examine bus stop, and I keep forgetting what the wording is, then we get a little bit of a description that there's some mess on the bench. And then I was thinking, oh, right, we have this built-in search command. So we should try to use that more often for, giving additional detail about the scene. So I think we'll change that. In fact, let's go ahead, since we're talking about it, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Oh, also, before I get into things, I added, first of all, I set up a soundboard. I made a recording of all the sounds. I couldn't find any program to easily convert all the sounds into a more, modern format. So I made a recording, I split them all up, and I set up a soundboard. So if you redeem the play a sound, I will be able to play them much more easily now. And then I also added, I think, 4 rewards for specific sounds, and those will play automatically.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks, Valis. So I thought that'd be a little more fun than having to, close what I'm doing and open up the library and stuff. Let me give a sample of a couple of their songs. We got a nice little bird song.
Ouch!
There we go. Okay.
Hello.
Thank you for the hello on Secret Crush. That's, I think, my favorite one. Though I suppose... another thing. There's one labeled Waterbird, because Twitch wouldn't let me create a reward labeled Loon. I guess that's on their list of words that are not allowed, which I can kind of understand, but also, it's a bird. So I went with Waterbird. But that is the beloved Loon sound effect from Enchanted Scepters. Okay, what was I doing? All right, I was going to change our bus stop code. So, right, this up here is the menu code. It's relatively straightforward, but it starts looking a little messy if you want to create a fairly complex menu. So you have your usual brackets here surrounding it, and then within that you have a semicolon separated list of menu items. And then our first item is north, and then there's a slash and then a letter which lets you set a keyboard shortcut for that command. So we have north with a Command N keyboard shortcut. Over here we have, if you add a dash, it gives you that nice little dotted separator between, so you can split your commands up into sections. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I recreated the standard menu here and then added credits to the end of it, just so we would have that code if we wanted to do something like that. For now, I'm not gonna worry about that too much, but there is an idea I had for a chunk of the game where it might make more sense to have a custom menu, but I'll talk about that later. Okay, so for now, I'm going to we have this if look or examine. So if you type look bus stop or examine bus stop, I like the idea here of having this kind of flexible text parser, but the text parsing in this engine is not great, so I think it makes more sense to, whenever possible, rely on the default commands built into the game. So instead of that, I'm gonna take this out. I'll change that to exit, and we're just gonna have if text. Oh, can't use the arrow keys. Equals search. Yeah. So that way, if they hit, Command F or choose search from the menu, that will give them a little more information about the scene. As you look closer, you notice the bus stop is covered in graffiti and the bench is smeared with strange stains you don't care to examine further. Okay. And then we still have our bus schedule close up. At some point, we'll do more with that. Let's save that for now. Okay, so that's one thing crossed off my list here. Was there any other? I think in the library we had a search kind of, like you could look at the doors maybe. That's not the right thing. Code. Okay, if we click on the doors or type anything that has door in it, it gives you a bit more information about the doors. I think that's fine. And this, I'm looking at this. I'm kind of surprised how much code we wrote for relatively simple functionality so far. Okay, I think that's fine for now. We'll leave that. Let's see. One other thing I learned is that you can use a box that is completely invisible to have a clickable object. I honestly wasn't sure if that worked, and I thought to try it, and it worked out fine. So like here, for example, we have these doors that are part of the scene, and there's no reason to have them as a separate object since they're locked, and at least thus far we've decided you won't be able to go into the library. So we can have this here. It's just a completely invisible box. The fill is set to none, the pen is set to none, but it's still recognized as a clickable object if you click anywhere in that area. So that's a nice way to add some functionality without having to split up your artwork if you don't have any specific need to do that. We talked about the menus. One thing I didn't think about too much when I was drawing this art last week. I think we're okay so far, but if we ever have items you can drop, like any given item is always going to appear in the same spot. Actually, let's go ahead and create an example object. So say we just have a oval filled in white with a black outline. Okay, so there's our object, and we'll set it up to start at the bus stop. So there's our example object. You now have the example object. And if we go here and drop example object, then it's going to appear in the exact same place. So like there's no way to customize that per scene. So I think like it just kind of worked out that way. I wasn't really thinking about it, but I think we did a pretty good job of leaving like this lower section of the screen as a reasonable place to drop things in most of the rooms. Like for example, if we put an object a little high here, then it would kind of look like it's floating. So that's something we should be more mindful of going forward. But we're okay so far. Up next on my list, 6-7 suggested sniff command, which I think we have to do that, right? So I'm going to add, just like IRL, every place must have a dropping thing spot. Exactly. Just like real life. So in our global code, this has like all our default commands. Oh yeah, we added duck last week, which is great. But now we're going to add sniff. Text $ equals sniff, then print sniff sniff. Exit. Perfect. Let's see, what else do we have? This one I'm not going to add right now, but I do think it's a fun idea for like a little Easter egg kind of thing. At some point after Zizzy stopped by last week, Eden Waith suggested if one says, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Izix, which is Zizzy backwards, do they end up in the stream? And I think at some point, like when we were talking about what kind of game to make, someone suggested we make a game about making a game in World Builder. So I thought maybe it'd be funny if you type Isix, it will take you to this room I am in, perhaps standing behind me, so you can look over my shoulder at the screen and see the game. I'm not sure what happens from there. I'm open to suggestions. I'm kind of thinking just a screen that you don't really do anything at, and maybe you can click on it to, you know, go through the screen back into the bus stop. So we'll add that at some point. Let's see. Okay, this one I really like. Hinton suggested, said we should probably put Rapier Sharp Wit in the weapons menu, which I love. I still don't know if we necessarily want to have any fighting, but I love the idea of having something a little unexpected in the weapons menu. Let's see, how do I guess I gotta cut? That's interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna add a weapon called Rapier Sharp Wit, and object data. This is becoming there is no game rather quickly. I suppose perhaps it is. Can we do player at? I think that's a thing. Is the object name plural? No. The value of Rapier Sharp Wit. I'm open to suggestions here. So this is some type of weapon. It's maybe a regular weapon. I think that makes the most sense. Number of uses, unlimited, I think. Return use. Oh, I think this return used up object to applies if we did set a number of uses. Then it would go to either storage or a random scene once it's used up. Damage and accuracy are very tricky. We're gonna have to think about that. Oh, is that all we get? Interesting. I guess maybe for throw weapon? Oh, operative verb. That's the one I was looking for. So I think just use makes sense. I'm not sure if we want that capitalized or not. Okay, let's go ahead and try that just to make sure if it appears correctly. So the interesting thing here that I kind of love about adding this is that this is going to become an object that you could drop. Our words never miss their mark. It should be highly accurate. Okay, I like this. Oh, it didn't work. What did I do wrong? Pack is empty. Maybe player at was not correct. I swear that's a thing. I guess I'll have to consult my manual. No, that's right. It's right there. Player at, the player character. Did I screw something else up, maybe? Quite possible. Player at value of object, regular weapon. Highly accurate, 100% accurate. Pickup message, failure message. which we will apparently never see. An operative sound. I can't imagine what I would have done wrong. We could try, instead of using player at, we've currently named our character player, so let's try using that instead. Okay, that worked. There is no one to fight. And now we have, your pack contains a rapier sharp wit. You no longer have the rapier sharp wit. We'll have to figure out what that looks like at some point, which is going to be a little bit of a challenge. So far, I'm just imagining it as a small orb, or maybe it doesn't have any appearance. I mean, we don't necessarily have to give it a physical form. Like, it will be in the room where we drop it, but it doesn't necessarily have to have an appearance. Okay. So we've got that to start with, and I have some fun ideas for what to do with that later. So we also had this idea, again from Hinton, that maybe the library is closed, but we can connect to its Wi-Fi from outside to solve a puzzle, which I really like, because as I have mentioned in the past, I really love a game where you can use like a computer or a piece of technology. So I'm thinking maybe like a cell phone makes the most sense. Initially, I didn't think this would be very plausible to do in World Builder, because if we want to have, like, I set up already like the close-up of the bus schedule, right? So, you know, that's something that where we can look at it and it fills the screen just by creating an object that has this, you know, very close-up appearance. But then if we wanted to add interactivity to this, you know, like have different buttons you could click, that would start to get very complicated very quickly. Mostly because like each thing would have to be a different object if we wanted them to be clickable, and then we would have to we could potentially put it in the global code, but to some degree you ultimately need to put certain things in the scene code, and then if you have anything in scene code, it's got to be duplicated across all scenes, and just it seemed like that couldn't possibly work. And at one point when I was experimenting with setting up the credits, I thought I was going to have to set it up so that you could only access the credits from like a title screen. Because if you remember, I talked about variables. We have like A1 through Z9 are our variables. But then they can only be numbers. So we can't have a variable that's like, okay, every time you go to a new scene, set this variable to the scene we're at. So, you know, if we go to the credits, we get teleported to this room, but then how do we get back to where we were? We need a variable to keep track of where we were before, right? And then I finally realized after stream last week that we can set a variable to a number and then just assign each room a number. And then in the scene code for each room, when you go to the scene, we will set this variable to the number corresponding to that room. And then when we need to leave the credits, or like this interactive phone close-up scene that I started talking about, we just look at the number that variable is set to and take you back to the corresponding room. So you're back to where you were before. It's a little complicated because this language is very simple, but I think we can make it work. If we were going to do a very large game with a lot of rooms, I think it might be just more trouble than it's worth, just because we're going to have code that goes through each number. Every scene has to have a line of code that updates our variable to the correct number. So it's just going to be a lot to manage, but since we're going to have a relatively small game, I think it'll work, and then we can have a little computer to interact with, which I love. And then it'll also allow us to check out the credits at any point in the game, which is cool. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start putting that code in, and we'll set it up so you can check out the credits from anywhere and then go back to exactly where you were. Another thing we'll have to consider is we want to make sure you don't drop anything in the credits. Or maybe we should allow that. I don't know. That might be funny. But I think we'll want to have some amount of code that kind of intercepts your normal commands, so you're not doing anything too unexpected in the credits room. Okay. So we need to finally start keeping track of a variable here. I like the idea of using a letter that matches what we're using the variable for. So we'll say L for a location, and we'll just use L1. Variables. L1. Okay. Location of player, and then we'll start making a list of what all the numbers refer to. So room 1 will be bus stop, where we start out. 2, I think we'll go over to the library entrance. 3 will be totally normal house. 4, twisty little path. Another fun thing to keep in mind here is that if we were to ever change what these rooms are called, we would have to update any code that refers to that room. That's not an ideal way to program things, but we'll make it work. I think we're probably not going to change things too much. Credits are secret storage space. It would be pretty funny, but since we have a shrunk down graphic view in that screen, that could be a little bit of a problem. I'm actually not sure. I think probably if we had something that's too far to the right, it would just not be visible. So, scene code. So first thing, I did do a quick test of this, and basically the way the code works is that it does get executed. I think it'll run the scene code and the global code the first time you enter a room. But then, of course, since you're not doing any kind of action, most of the if statements you have in there just get ignored because there's no text, there's nothing you've clicked on, etc. But you can set a variable or whatever as soon as you get in the room. So I think we were doing L1 number sign equals 1. I think that's right. And we'll go ahead and copy that. And so bus stop is 1. Good. And we're just going to go through and paste that into each room. Keep it right up at the top. I think that makes sense for, you know, stuff that's going to execute as soon as you enter the room. Ideally, we could put, you know, comments or something in here to break things up and make it easier to read, but I don't think that's possible in this. Totally normal house is... Oh, we don't have any code here. Amazing. I did update that to 2, right? I'm just going to double check. Okay. Twisty little path. That's 4. It's so hard to not use the arrow keys. And then our greenhouse, which is pretty much empty so far, is 5. And then when we're in the credits, we'll have code that looks at that variable and takes us back to the correct place. So this is where it gets a little bit complicated. If text $ equals, we'll just say back for now. We might also want to add like a button or something like that. Also, this is another case where we might want to customize the menu because, you know, in the credits going north, south, east, west searching, while that could be funny and I'm open to doing that, you know, those things don't really make sense. So we could customize the commands menu and just have a back option there or something like that. So if L1 number equals 1, then actually I guess we want this to be, and that'll be an exit. And then we move player at 2 bus stop. And then we're going to copy that whole chunk a bunch of times. If it's 2, then we go to library entrance. And if I make any typos, that's gonna not work, but it won't tell me it's wrong. So that's a little bit of fun. But I've written lots of JavaScript, so I'm used to things like that. Totally normal house. If it's 4. Then we want to go to twisty little path. And if it's 5, then we go to greenhouse. And another thing to keep in mind here is if we ever have any scenario where this might, I'm having a hard time thinking of a scenario where this would be a concern, but like, you know, you could potentially have a point in the game where leaving the room and then coming back to it does something unexpected. Hey, Xenolon, welcome. Good to see you. This is in Mini VMac, which is a fantastic emulator for early Macintoshes. We're running System 6 and making a little game in World Builder. Okay, So there's our code, and that'll run if we hit back. So let's close this and see if it works. It should work. I think I did that all right. I did do a test of this to make sure it would make sure it should work. So we start at the bus stop. We can choose our credits command, and we're in the credits, and then we go back at the bus stop. So we can go to the library, and from here, oh, did I make this work everywhere? Okay, yeah, I did. Again, we're at the credits, and then we go back, and we're back at the library. It works. And then probably we should test that from everywhere just to be sure. Credits, back at the totally normal house. Credits, back at the twisty path. Credits, back at the greenhouse. All good. Xenolon said, so in theory, when you're done, this would run on OG Mac hardware. Yes, which is great. It's probably too much to hope that I will be able to play it on OG hardware at some point. Maybe eventually. But it'd be cool if we could get someone that, already has an up and running Mac that could do that on. But yeah, World Builder is supported on all the way back to the original Mac. I'm not sure what the end point is on that, but I think World Builder games will even run in Mac OS 10 versions of Mac OS 10 that have the that support the classic environment through Rosetta, through the original Rosetta. I'm not positive on that, but I think that's correct. And I just need system 3 or later, basically. Happen to have a working 1984 128K, which still works. Fantastic. That is very cool. Yeah, I have in the garage a Mac that I believe is the 128K that's had upgrades to make it equivalent to a 512K that we got in 86. But mine does not work. Maybe someday. But yeah, I am, when we're done with it, I'm going to post it on the website. I'm not sure exactly what format I'll do. I'll figure out what would be a good format to put that in for anyone that does want to try to, load it up on an original Mac. And I'll also have a format that is good for running in Mini VMac. And another thing I wanted to do is to see if I can get it uploaded to the Internet Archive, because I know they have a neat little setup where you can play lots of software in a emulator right in your browser. I don't know if that's feasible or not, but hopefully it is, and that would be a neat way to let anyone play it easily. Be happy to give this a shot when it's ready, or even play test when you get to that point. Ooh, yeah, that would be great. I've honestly been thinking about that. One of the reasons I wanted to switch to using standard commands for certain things is we don't really have much opportunity to play test, so we want to make things as straightforward as possible when it is reasonable to do so. Obviously we're going to have some puzzles and stuff where it's understandable to not necessarily make it super obvious, but yeah, that would be very cool. I have a floppy MU, but it would still need to fit on a 400K disk for the 128K. Okay. Let's see what we're at so far. 44K, so plenty of room to spare. We do also have this sounds file, but that's optional. That's currently quite big, but it currently has all of the sound files that this version of World Builder came with, which is quite an extensive list. At some point, I will start, paring that down, and when we're done, we'll have only the sounds that are used in the game in there. So that'll be way smaller. So far, we've only used 3 sounds out of I don't even know how many, but it'll be a lot smaller than that. So I think there's pretty good odds the full game, even with the sound effects, will be under 400K. Hey, Krillin. This is fascinating, just diving into website info on the world builder. Nice. I'm glad you were enjoying it. I think it's really neat too, and it's kind of wild to be playing this again after so many years. I fooled around with this a lot when I was much younger. Okay. What else did I want to do? Oh, yeah. So I was talking about the idea of getting on the Wi-Fi at the library. So my thought is we can find a phone or some sort of, small piece of technology. I feel like a phone makes the most sense that we can use to get on the Wi-Fi. And then, it'll be an object that you pick up. And then we'll have some global code that says, if you try to type the command like use phone or open phone, then we'll actually take the player to a separate room that is, the phone room, basically. So, but it'll look like a close-up of this object you're holding. And then when you do a command to close your phone or put your phone away, you get teleported back to the room you were at. So we can make it kind of like you're looking at this object you're holding and interacting with it, and then when you put it away, you go back to where you were. I think that'll be a neat thing to program in. And then we can have, since it's going to be a self-contained room, we can get reasonably advanced. We'll try to not go too overboard with it, but we can have different buttons that are clickable on the device. The screen part of it can update by swapping in different objects, basically. Let's see. What else do we have? Okay. I've covered a lot of this stuff already. Okay. Let me take a drink of water. I also have a list of things we need to figure out still. At some point, we need a name for our game. Robot's friend suggested Untitled Bus Game. That so far is our only contender. I'm open to other title ideas at any point, but I'm not going to worry about that too much until we're a little bit later. I feel like this is starting to take shape, but we're maybe not quite far along enough to be confident about a title. But feel free to make suggestions at any point. At some point, we need to figure out who our main character is, who we're playing as. Right now, we've just labeled the player character Player. I personally think it's a little more interesting if we have a character that is a specific person, as opposed to being your player insert kind of character. And I think for what we've got so far, that probably makes a little more sense with where things are going. But I don't have any specific ideas about who the character might be yet. Again, open to suggestions at any point. One of my goals for today, I think, is to have a complete puzzle by the end of stream. I think that's a good thing to try to accomplish. We have in the library Dropbox, there's going to be an item stuck in there. I think ideally, like, we could have that just be like a key, for example, to the totally normal house, which we decided is going to be locked. We got a nice little keyhole. So at some point we want to find a key, but I do think, maybe another step to that puzzle might make it a little more interesting. Like, you need to get something else from the book drop to get to the key that's somewhere else. I do have a little bit of ideas about puzzles we could do that I'll get to in a bit. Let's see. I was thinking maybe in the house we can have a person you can talk to. I definitely want to do that at some point because I think that'll make for some interesting coding. The other world builder games I've looked at tend to have like a pretty like linear conversation path. So if you just try to talk to a character multiple times, they will just do the next step in the scripted conversation. We can have some things like, actually I'm saying that, but I played the demo that came with this version of World Builder. Actually I had some nice interaction where like the conversation changes if you've done a certain thing or if you have a certain object. So that I think is a good idea to explore with that. Some games have like, the character will ask you a simple question and you need to answer that to proceed. Oh, Xenolon. Yeah, I can go through it real quick. It's pretty small. So you start at a bus stop in Purgatory. We don't call that out right away, but it says you're at a bus stop. It looks nice from a distance. Beyond the bus stop is complete darkness. There are paths leading off to the east and west. We have a schedule here that you can interact with and get a close-up. We've decided that this bus schedule will give you some sort of math sort of puzzle that you will end up using later. And I do have some ideas about that, but I'll get to that in a bit. You can click to put that away. So we have this library here, which is closed. You can open the book drop, but it's jammed. And then if you look in book drop, it tells you it's too dark to see inside, but you can tell there's something in there. So if you reach in the book drop, it doesn't do anything yet, but you will be able to get that item out of there. And then again, that's our a puzzle solution object. We have this totally normal house here that has a little bit of a bat problem. You can have a nice keyhole here, so eventually we'll be able to unlock this. There's currently no interactivity. And then we have this little greenhouse in the backyard that you'll be able to go into. And that's pretty much it so far. Oh, Val said, what if you find food in the drop box to stop a guard dog inside the house? Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Let me make a note of that. Food box. Which is also great because I do want to get in a pettable dog at some point. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? As we all know from Nina Marie, we need a toilet and it has to be interactive. So I think those are really the two things to a good game. As long as we get those in there, we'll have a great game, right? And we do also have a lovely flush sound effect that we can incorporate. So that'll give us some nice interactivity there. The food in the container is labeled delivered by Ghostmates. Noted. Thank you. Can you pet the dog? Can you flush the toilet? Exactly. These are the questions that one must ask every game. What if you have to make the dog drink from the toilet to complete a puzzle? I suppose that's an option. Okay. I'm just looking over my list here. Some other ideas thrown out. We had multiple suggestions of putting a key under a doormat, which is a classic that I'm not opposed to. But since we are building a pretty small game, like my thought is, we still have to add the greenhouse. We're gonna have 1 or 2 rooms inside the house. And then maybe 1 other room outside the house. Like, that's roughly the size of the game world I'm thinking of here. We might have a couple more rooms to explore in, but I don't want to get too big. I would like to finish this game in like the next few streams if we can. I don't want to spend months working on this, just to kind of keep it manageable. I have a history of getting big ideas and never finishing the game projects I work on. So given that, I feel like maybe hiding a key under the doormat is a little too simple. Although I suppose we could, maybe have the key to the greenhouse. We did talk about having the greenhouse locked, which currently you can just open it. So we could put a key under there and make that a little more complex. You can lead a dog to water. Slat Studio says, I wish I could finish something in less than months. Yeah. Honestly, I'm a little worried that, finishing it within a few streams is overly optimistic, but we'll see. Yeah, the totally normal house is not suspicious at all. Zelon asks, does the artwork come from World Builder, or have you created that on stream? I have drawn it all on stream, which I will get into pretty soon here. I guess we should start drawing the inside of the greenhouse. Basically what I've been doing is I Google a quick reference. Thanks for that follow. And we've got a variety of tools, all vector-based tools we can use in here. And then each shape can have a different fill and a pen. And then we have this neat little bitbox tool that lets you have a bitmap drawing that you have a little more control over. And then you can also work in a different program and copy things in. So I've occasionally done some things in Mac Paint just because the tools in there are a little more advanced. Since this is supposed to be Purgatory, should the homeowner be someone from Purgatorio? Perhaps. That's actually a good segue into the next thing I made a lot of notes on, which is kind of my idea for where we might go with this. I feel like my game ideas are on a little bit more serious side, but I feel like mixing that with a lot of the humor we've added in so far and talked about is a pretty good combo. But my thought is that we're in purgatory, which suggests that we have died. So I feel like maybe the goal of our game is to accept that we have died and move on. And since we start at a bus stop, and there's no bus, I think it makes sense that basically by accepting our death, the bus will arrive and then we can board the bus and leave. And that also works in with the idea of having the bus schedule sort of cryptic puzzle solution to something. So like it sort of tells us when the bus will arrive in a very weird and indirect way. And let's see what else I wrote down here. I'm not going to like read everything straight out. Oh, right. One idea, going back to the rapier sharp wit, that I really like is that at some point we'll have a conversation with someone who is asking us some questions, and we're responding with humor. Basically, we're using our rapier sharp wit, and in order to progress in the game, we need to drop our rapier sharp wit to stop deflecting these questions with humor. Like exactly how that works out in the game is all to be determined, but I love that as a puzzle. And then I talked about already, I had the idea of finding a cell phone somewhere. Oh, one thing I was thinking about is that perhaps the bus schedule gives us... I don't have any specific ideas about how this would work, but you know, it's got numbers on it, and maybe somehow the schedule gives us the passcode to the cell phone. My thought is that once we get on the library Wi-Fi with the cell phone, we can like read some emails or you know, text messages or something that give us some backstory. I feel like emails probably makes a little more sense just from like, you know, we need to get on the Wi-Fi to download the emails, right? Whereas if they were text messages, they would typically, you know, already have been downloaded. Like you generally don't get on Wi-Fi to download a text message. You know, something like iMessage, that could make sense, but it just seems a little more logical if they're emails. Unsecret Crush said there should be a flower in the greenhouse that you have to water, and then it blooms, and an item you need is inside the bloom. That's actually kind of similar to something I was thinking about. The best thing I could think of is like digging something up, but I like blooming. That's a neat idea. And I also had the thought that maybe... I'm trying to figure out exactly how this works, but maybe you need to, maybe like there's different pots and you need to figure out the correct one to use or something. I think my initial thought was based around like, you know, they already had things in them and you would have to identify which one. All right. We talked about adding a supermarket, which is, you know, potentially a good place where we could, you know, obtain an item like a shovel or a watering can or something to use in the greenhouse. Hey, 6-7, we are now hackers. Yeah, a little bit maybe. Although we're probably hacking our own cell phone. It's basically ours. Oh, and then kind of the last idea I had is that like we finally unlocked this cell phone and we can download our emails that give us kind of backstory about what happened to us. Like these are messages from like a loved one or something like that. And as we're looking through the emails, a new email pops up and then the cell phone dies. So then we have to like find another battery to swap in so we can read that final email or something like that. But yeah, that's what I got so far. I like it, but you know, I'm 100% open to suggestions and tweaks and stuff like that. But I thought that was a pretty, you know, decent outline for kind of, you know, pulling everything we have together and making it a cohesive whole. And obviously there's lots of things we still need to fill in here. But let's draw a greenhouse. I'm just Googling some images here to get something to work with. Okay. This is pretty good, I think, and it fits for... It's a photo of a little greenhouse that looks very similar to what we've drawn on the outside. So it's just there's like a row of benches or tables rather around the outside, an open space in the middle, and then plants all around on the tables. And this is an area where I'm glad I thought of dropping objects, because this is going to be a little trickier to draw this in a way that we have space along the bottom, but I think I can make it work. Want the thing you get out of the flower to make no sense to be inside a flower. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense that it would make no sense. I like this type of game where like you're in a place that it's not real, because you can have things happen that are weird and unexpected, but that also kind of, potentially have some kind of connection that makes sense in a non-obvious way. I'm doing a bad job of explaining what I mean, but hopefully that makes sense. Can a flower have a portable battery in it? I mean, I don't see why not. I think it makes sense that you would need to grow a battery. 67 said, if you can do the market, there can be a Pringles can which can be used to boost the signal. Ooh. Okay. I had to close an ad that kept blinking at me. All right, so let's try to do some drawing here. Also, I like the way things worked out last week, where we did a bunch of stuff on stream, and like it felt like we did all the creative work on stream, and then on Saturday I spent some time to just kind of polish up what we had done. So I think I'll probably continue that. So I will probably, try not to polish things too much on stream, just so, we can focus more on, making progress overall. But we'll get things roughed in pretty well here if we can. Let's see. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. And what's next? More polygons. Oops, all polygons. That looks wrong. Why is that wrong? Like I've got reference, but also like the reference doesn't quite work, so I'm trying to figure out a slightly different angle on what I'm drawing here. That seems a little better. Send that to the back. And make this a little bit lighter color. Yeah. Okay, and then I'm not going to draw anything on the benches yet. Well, I guess I can always separate things later. So maybe I'll go ahead and draw like a couple of pots. And then, if we need to, we can make things separate objects. Do some legs here. thinking about perspective. It's breaking my brain. This house is green, but color hasn't been invented yet. Exactly. I wish my reference showed the... How would this look?
Hello.
Hello, Outstove Prowl. Thank you for the hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it has been a lot of fun so far. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, and then, whoops. Huh. Okay, copy, paste, flip. Ah, yeah. If only we could group things. This would be much easier. Okay. Not quite lined up. Okay, that'll do. And I think that gives us a decent space to have dropped items at the bottom. Like, we want to have this chunk always be ground. We're probably not going to have too many items you could drop, so it should be okay. Hopefully. So let's draw some walls of the greenhouse. I hate that we're starting out with this. I mean, I guess I could always stop and come back to it, but this feels like such a complex thing to draw. Oh, what you gonna grow in there? A battery, apparently. That's what we've been talking about. We've been talking about having a puzzle where we grow a plant and somehow that gets us a battery. It does not make sense, but don't worry about it. We will definitely, if we do take that approach, we will certainly figure out a way to give you a hint that this makes sense somehow. The more I'm drawing, I'm realizing what I've done is so different from my reference that it doesn't actually make sense. Let's try bringing these corners out more. I think that's the mistake I made. let's see. We need some... I guess the corners of the room need to line up with the corners of this for it to make sense. Maybe we'll just spend the whole stream trying to draw an interior of a greenhouse. Nothing wrong with that. Right, I want to have a little bit of peak showing here. So we'll make these shorter. I spent a lot of time thinking about how could I make this art creation process easier for me to get results that I'm happy with. I thought about, I could, I could draw things on, my iPad or even on paper. So, then I could use a pen. And then, I could figure out some way to get that in here and in monochrome, or, maybe I could figure out a way to kind of trace over what I had drawn. But then I was like, for one, this is making this all a lot more complicated, and I'm gonna, want to make everything even more perfect. And for two, I feel like it's cheating to use more modern technology. So we're just gonna stick with the tools we've got, even if it's a little bit difficult. The battery is a potato, just like an elementary science project. This is I like this idea. Did one of these end up wider than the other? I swear it's just a pixel wider. Okay. This down here. I did a little bit consider using Super Paint, which is a program from Silicon Beach Software that is kind of like a more advanced version of Mac Paint. And I found my Super Paint manual. I keep almost saying Super Card because that's another Silicon Beach software program that's like an advanced version of HyperCard. But Super Paint is the paint program. So I thought about using that. It even has vector drawing tools, so you can draw vector art in Super Paint and then import it into here, and it'll remain vector art, which is especially good if we want to stay under 400K. But I decided against that. That would still, meet my rule of sticking to the tools available at the time, but mostly just decided not to fuss with it and just do what we can in here in Mac Paint. Okay, that's not quite aligned perfect, but I'll take it. And then we want to draw some beams coming out here. Should this maybe move up? Does that make more sense? Probably. That do that? Yeah, let's do that. Eden Waith, hello, good to see you. Can the keyboard adjust the shape location at all? No. This program does not support arrow keys in any way whatsoever, much to my disappointment. I would love to be able to nudge things with the arrow keys. I don't think there's any other hidden movement functionality that I'm missing out on. I suppose now that you mention that, it's possible the manual has some tips. I did not go through the entire manual. I mostly looked at the programming stuff, just because the rest of it seemed pretty straightforward. But I feel like if there were things like that, they would probably be listed in the menus somewhere. Oh, round and sharpen edges is fascinating. I really didn't even notice those. But yeah, there have been lots of times when I'm trying to just move something one pixel, and it's a little bit of a pain. Yeah, the original Mac did not have arrow keys. Although, it did have a numpad, which was often used in the place of arrow keys. Let's see what happens here. I believe this will work like an actual numpad would. Okay, no luck. It's a good idea though. Xenon said the Mac keyboard didn't have arrow keys because I think Jobs wanted users to have to use the mouse to place the cursor, etc. That seems like that sounds believable. Yes, that is a Keychron K0, I believe, with the same keys as my main keyboard. Oh, right, I don't have a keyboard, a Stream Deck button for this, but I do have that command. If you're interested in my keycaps, that doesn't include the numpad info, but it's a Keychron. And then this is a drop keyboard. I wish they matched perfectly, but they're close enough. Like, just take off that top row. That's all you really need. Oh, Eden Waith, the last bit of your message got censored. It probably looked like a link or something. Sounds like a story it's told during the early Mac days at ... Okay. It's starting to look like something. We're getting there. Let's draw a pot, maybe. Actually, I'm going to go ahead. I wish there was a save command. I'm pretty sure the only way to save is to close the window. Folklore.org. Yeah, I figured that was probably what you're referring to. I'm literally currently making a custom JSON for the Keychron Q11 while watching. Wonderful. So I'm trying to think of how to draw. Like, I want to do... My reference has a more realistic greenhouse setup with, like, you know, little plastic trays of plants. Like, that makes more sense. But I feel like for our purposes, I'm inclined to do, like, you know, individual pots and maybe have a few of those scattered around. So, like, you know, you're very typical round pot. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to draw that. I think I'm going to start with ovals, even though I might have to do some weird things to make it work. Oh, also, this might be a good case for demonstrating a neat trick I learned the other day. Let's start drawing ovals and see where we get here. So this might be too big actually, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, it's a good starting point. Okay, bring that to the front. So, you know, that kind of gives us the rough shapes we want, but we have this extra line here we need to get rid of. And there's a couple options. Before, when I was drawing some columns for our totally normal house, I just drew another box over this and, you know, filled that in without an outline. So that's one way we can cover up something like that. Another thing we can do that I just learned the other day is we can draw a bit box, which is a bitmap area, basically. And then we can choose capture bits. I didn't know what this would do initially, but I tried it, and it's kind of cool. Then we can zoom bits. And what it does is it captures everything that's behind it. So now we have our vector shapes in an editable bitmap form. Whoops. So we can just, you know, do exactly what we want to do to this shape we've made and erase our line here. And this might actually be the best way to do this pot. I'm not 100% sure yet if it makes sense. And then we have a pot that, you know, like I was talking about earlier, it, you know, recognizes when you have a complete bitmap shape and makes that, you know, interior opaque, which is really cool. So that gives us a little more control, but we still have some nice tools to work with. Thank you for the cheer, robots friend. The Swamp Gator loves those bits. I've been focused on drawing this pot and missing lots of chat here. 6-7 said, "Oh, I thought by realistic you meant to grow lamps and weed." Yes, you know, that's certainly another way to look at it. Ian Waith mentioned it's folklore.org's companion book, Revolution in the Valley. I don't know that I've heard of that. I'm going to make a note of that real quick. I might have to pick that up. Pots filled with old leaves and kittens. True story. That sounds wonderful. Unsecret Crush asks, would they have weed in purgatory? That's a great question. Seems too cool. Maybe. It's a fair point. You got to spend eternity somehow. Xenolon said the only thing they'd have is light beer and decaf coffee. Ooh, that sounds more realistic to me. Ianwaith asked, what's the point of decaf coffee? Which I think is exactly the point Xenolon was making, I believe. Decaf Mountain Dew. Oh, God. Book came out around 2004. Okay. I honestly can't decide if this pot is too big. Maybe this is a good size for our, like, central puzzle related pot, and then we can have some smaller ones that we can scatter about just for decoration. I feel like that might make sense. Purgatory is neither heaven nor hell, so it can't be too nice or too awful. Right. Yes, thank you for the compliment on my transit hoodie. Transmit, excuse me. I love this hoodie. I'm sad that it's so old and a little bit falling apart. But it's still wearable. Okay, so I like using the bitmap object for this, I think. I hate to delete this, but I don't think we need it anymore. So we will. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, now that I've deleted that, I'm remembering, oh, right, we don't have multiple undos in this. We only get one undo step. So that's gone forever, but that's okay. I can draw another one. I think what I want to do now is shrink this down so we can make a smaller pot, and then that one will duplicate to scatter about. So let's do the same thing I just did, but a little bit smaller. Seems pretty good. Oh, that's interesting. We got some gaps in our oval all of a sudden. That's better. So what do we need to grow a battery plant? Seed? What would be a good seed? Average Goon, thank you so much. 5 whole months. I appreciate all your support. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. So we need like a seed at minimum and water. I think like those are the two things that we gotta have. We could potentially have like a fertilizer. You know, maybe we need a shovel to dig into the pot. Maybe we need to find dirt. That might be going a little too far. I suppose if we have a shovel, you can get somewhere. Oh, maybe the shovel could be stuck in the book drop. We need other places to get items from. I think we can have one item that we find just by searching in here or something like that. But we'll definitely want to have other areas to find items. But I was thinking if we have a shovel, then you could use the shovel on the twisty little path screen to dig up some dirt there. Happy Friday to you too. Yeah, it depends on how complex we want it to be, for sure. But for now we'll assume we want seed and dirt, and then if we feel like we want to expand on it more later, we can. Capture bits and zoom bits. Okay. Oh, right. I was thinking that it's too bad now that our pots are bitmap, we can't really fill them with a pattern anymore. But if we take them into Mac Paint, then we can. I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't resize the whole vector pot to make different sizes, which is too bad. So yeah, we might want to bring these into Mac Paint to give them a little more detail there. But for now, we'll just scatter a few about to make it look like, make things look a little more lived in here. And I don't know if we necessarily want to have plants in some of these. I suppose it makes sense to have, like, maybe the smaller ones have some little plants in them to make it clear that this big pot in the center is the one you want to use to grow something in yourself. Like, that's the one unused pot. Pot could already have soil in it, and then you need to find the seed elsewhere. Yeah. Thinking some of the games you played that have had water a plant puzzles, like Uninvited. Yeah, oh yeah, it had a straight up greenhouse in it, where we had to water a plant. How did that work? Did we just need water in that case? And dogs. So true. Are we just making Uninvited? Oh no. All right, let's close this to just to save again. You're inside a small greenhouse. The air is warm and humid. There are you're surrounded by tables with a few pots on them. Hello, Star Controller. Welcome. I'll give you a brief summary of what's on the website there. We're making a game in World Builder, which is a program from 1986 by William C. Appleton for the Macintosh. And so far, we start out at a bus stop in Purgatory. And we've got a few different screens you can walk around. Right now, we're trying to fill in the inside of this greenhouse. And hopefully we'll manage to put together one or two puzzles today. So far, we just have some bits of puzzles and places to collect items. We haven't quite completed a puzzle yet. Colossal Cave also involved watering a beanstalk. True. Growing some electrolyptus, I see. What is electrolyptus? Xenon said, I bet I know the answer to this already, but World Builder doesn't have any sort of debugging or anything like that, does it? No, of course not. The best we have, it does at least, it has code formatting that runs automatically anytime you hit return. And then when you close a window that is a code window, it will check the syntax and tell you if there are any syntax errors. And then I think it'll move your insertion point to where the error is. But you don't get any more detail than that. And also, there's quite a few things you could potentially do wrong, and there are no tools to help you figure that out. There's not any sort of debugging beyond that. The name I came up for the plant that grows the battery. Oh, okay, great. I love it. I'm going to make a note about that. Electrolyptus. But yeah, at least we have something. And it's a fairly simple, it's a very simple language. So the number of things you could get wrong are not huge. Honestly, the biggest concern is if you start doing more complex things in it, it can get out of hand pretty quickly, I think. But, that's not going to stop us. Okay, so I think this is okay for now. It's definitely not finished. But I feel like maybe I want to poke at some other things and come back to this. Actually, let's try, since I was talking about it, let's try filling in these. How do we do this? Copy? Okay, I think that works. So we're going to take that into Mac Paint and give it a little more detail in there. Yes. Is it just an interpreted scripting language, basically? Or, gee, it's just runtime, probably. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how it works. The way that World Builder works as a whole is kind of fascinating, because you have, like, your document is also the application. So at any time, basically anytime we close a window in World Builder, it's saving your work directly to the application that you run to play the game. But beyond that, I don't really know exactly how it all works behind the scenes. I would love to see if I can find any more information about that at some time. But honestly, I've tried digging up info about World Builder a couple of times, even more basic stuff, and it's very hard to find anything. I think part of it is there's not a lot of information out there, and there's lots of other things called World Builder. Lego made a thing called World Builder at one point. There's some game on Steam that lets you create like 3D worlds called World Builder. There's a bunch of other things that have been called World Builder, and it's very hard to find info about this specifically. All right, let's open up Mac Paint. Oh no, I'm 100% here to teach you whatever I'm able to. So I don't mind you asking questions if you have them. Obviously, there's a lot of things I can't answer, but I'm happy to share what I do know. Like, that's a lot of why I decided to do this, is to just share my appreciation of stuff like this with folks who aren't familiar with it. So in here, we have a lot of different tools. We have the good old spray can. We have the paint bucket, which is the main thing I came in here for. Oh, we actually have a lot of... we have a few patterns that aren't in World Builder. A lot of these are very similar, but there are some that are in here that we didn't have in World Builder. I'm probably going to stick to these standard grays for the most part, at least for this pot here. Probably something like this. But see, in here we have a bitmap object, but we can still fill it in. We still only have one level of undo, huh? But we can always start over if we want to. What else do we have? Okay, so that's like a paintbrush, so like a thicker line. That's nice. We have, of course, a pencil. And then we can do text and, of course, various shapes. So let's delete all that. And we'll fill this in with these. And one thing I really like in here is this Fat Bits mode, where we get a nice zoomed in view. Like all the pixels are, have a little bit of a line between them, so it makes it really easy to see exactly what you're doing. And then also we get, the actual size view over here, so we can see what whatever we're working on actually looks like. Oh, Xenolon said, okay, so then after this one, you're going to make a game in HyperCard, right? I'm so glad you asked. Not immediately after this, but I am eventually going to play some HyperCard games, and then I was 100% planning on making a game in HyperCard after that. Probably what we'll do is mostly check out Cyan's games. Like I wanted to check out Cosmic Osmo was always a favorite, and of course Myst, which I actually picked up a copy of the original Myst, which was made in HyperCard. And we'll maybe check out like Manhole. I might look into some other HyperCard stuff that's not by Cyan to see what maybe we could get something else in the mix there. But yeah, I 100% was planning on doing something in HyperCard eventually as well. Watched a brief interview about the Lisa and they had Bill Atkinson in it. Didn't recognize him without the glasses and a mustache. I think I've seen some pictures of him, but he's not someone I've seen pictures of enough to like immediately conjure an image of what he looks like. But if anyone is not familiar, Bill Atkinson is the guy that created Mech Paint, which is what we're using here. Okay, so what am I going to do here? I want to try to... Maybe I should use an oval. Draw more ovals. Like I want to draw an opening here. Let me just kind of fill that in. Yeah. And let's get a little fancy here and do kind of like a highlight along the edge. It's so hard to it's so hard to draw in a monochrome relatively low resolution like this. There's certain things it starts to look weird, and it's like, well, there's only so many things I can do to fix this. All right, that's not too bad. So then let's zoom back out, turn off the fat bits. And then I want to try to do some shading here. Let's do a save. Call this small pot. Where was I putting my game files? Artwork. Okay. Just in case I make a mess of this, I'm going to try to use the paintbrush and a different shade of gray. I guess this makes the most sense. Where's our light source? I guess kind of overhead. So like, I'll assume there's like a light in the top of the greenhouse that's kind of coming out. So we'll have pots that are flipped one way on one side and the other way on the other side. I'm not sure if this is easier to do zoomed in or out. Like this is a little bit too close. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, and then let's just kind of manually do a little bit of a heavier shadow on this lip here. I'll take it. It's not perfect. I might clean it up a little more off stream, but for now I think that's pretty good. Mostly I just wanted to show how you can do stuff a little bit more advanced in Mac Paint here. Thank you, Val. Let's do the same thing to this bigger pot. Or something similar, at least. So I think we'll do the same shades of gray. Actually, let's draw this oval before I fill that in. I do want to think about, this is the one we'll be interacting with. So this one is going to change somewhat. I think we'll have like different forms of this pot. So like we'll have the empty pot that you start with, and then, you know, each time you do something to it, we'll swap it out for a different one that looks a little bit different. Like maybe once you plant it, you will have like a mound of dirt that kind of sticks out of the top a little bit. And then later you'll see something growing out of it. I just want to think about that a little bit in case it affects what I'm doing here, but I don't think it does. And this one, is that a good? Yeah, I think I like that. I missed some chat here. Robot's friend said, while different as a search term, I realized the program I was working with today, TerraGen, is basically World Builder. So it's like generating terrain. What is under the goodies menu? We have, of course, the fat bits that I showed up previously. We also have a grid option, which I don't know what that does. I tried that previously and I was like, I expected a visual grid to show up. It might do like, oh yeah, it's snapping. So like, it's like every 10 pixels, this is snapping to. So if you want to do like something this is 40 by 40 pixels wide exactly. So that's pretty nice for certain things. We have show page, which if you wanted to print what you're drawing, that gives you an idea of what it's going to look like. Edit pattern. Oh, we can make our own patterns. That's interesting. I probably won't get into that, but that's a nice option to have. I kind of forgot about that. We can modify the brush shape. Another thing I forgot about. So we can do like all kinds of different stuff here, or just, make a bigger brush, which is very nice to have. Brush mirrors is neat. Oh, wow, this is more complex than I remembered. But let's say we just have a vertical mirror. So if we do this, it mirrors everything on the other side of the screen, which is very fun. An introduction. Oh, okay. So just a little screen that tells you how to do everything. Tells you what all the tools are called. It's very nice. And then shortcuts. Nice. I love little screens like this in just in the original Mac style, just this monochrome art, like this very dense screen that gives you a lot of information, is just a really fun thing to look at, I think. So we can double click. Oh, okay. So if we double click the selection, it'll select the whole window. If we double click the brush, we can change the brush shape. Oh, we can double click the pencil to get to fat bits. That's great. Nice. Super helpful. I'm glad we looked at all that. Xenon said, another maybe dumb question. There's absolutely zero concept of transparency in images at this point, right? So the background of each object would have to incorporate the surroundings. That's what I thought originally. And in general, that's like definitely true of drawing tools at this time. Like, you know, say we draw a black square here, and then, you know, we're selecting this pot we've drawn and we want to put it on top of the black square. Well, you know, everything's opaque. So if we want this to actually work, we would have to, like, you know, very carefully select or, oh, wait, what? Oh. Really? Did that? Oh. It's so smart. I forgot. Like, I'm used to the Photoshop lasso, right? Which does not do that at all. But the thing I was leading up to is that World Builder kind of does this same thing, where if you take a shape like this, even if you select it with the rectangle selection and copy it and paste it into World Builder, it's able to figure out, oh, okay, so this is an enclosed shape, and everything inside the enclosed shape should be opaque. So once I learned that, made things a lot more flexible going back and forth between the two programs. But that's great that the lasso in here even works that way. I have not used Mac Paint in so long that I just like, you know, Photoshop has a lot of these same tools, but, you know, today they work very differently than they did way back then in Mac Paint. So it just kind of, you know, I have the Photoshop way of doing things in my head these days. Yeah, this is Mac Paint 1.5, and I feel like, oh, there's Bill Atkinson. Probably the original had the same lasso tool behavior. Okay, where was I? We need a little shading on here. So this plant's going to be in the middle, so do I want to shade this a little differently? Tricky. Let's once again do a save before I start screwing things up. Let's get a little bit bigger brush. So we got a bigger pot to work with. Honestly, oh, I still got the, we want to turn that off. Even though it maybe isn't realistic, I think I'm just going to shade it the same kind of way, just for simplicity's sake. And then I'll zoom into, I really wish I could like hit spacebar to switch to the hand. I wonder if there's any shortcut for that. Do we have any? I don't think there's any shortcuts to switch tools that I'm seeing. That's okay. I'll make do. Elon said, Mike, I just stood up out of my seat. Robot's friend said, I love finding the early solutions to these problems. Oh, we need transparency? How about this? Yeah. Okay. It always gets a little complicated when you have two patterns running into each other that aren't quite compatible. Okay, that works. Oops. I keep trying to use spacebar to switch to the hand. Sometimes Photoshop got a thing just perfect. Yeah, that'll do. down here, to, whoops, not like that. Smaller. I've occasionally looked at generally just other world builder games to kind of get an idea what other games did with art. Definitely a lot of them seem like they were made in a very similar way, trying to mostly stick to the vector tools and occasionally using some bitmap art. I looked at a couple that seemed like they must have been done entirely in either Mac Paint or, maybe Super Paint or something. Just, there's a lot of like use of, these standard patterns. Like, there's one, I can't remember the name of it, that had like a castle and, they used the standard brick pattern. But then it's got this really nice shading that looks like it was done with the spray can tool, which like it looks very simplistic when you're just kind of scribbling. But, if you take the time to do it right, you can get some really nice, like, you can kind of layer things up so you have a nice gradation going. So you get a transition from, one value to whatever you're painting with. I would love to spend the time and do stuff like that, but I feel like it would take me forever. Oops. It's interesting. I guess when you first turn on FatBits, it zooms into wherever you were last working in. So since I deleted something I'd done off to the side, it took me there. Okay. I'm happy with this. Drop that into the scrapbook. And then we can drop those into World Builder. It's just maybe the tool I need for Playdate art. Oh, that would be great. I was actually, I think I mentioned this last week, pondering possibly porting this game to the Playdate or something like that. I would love to, if nothing else, experiment with the Playdate SDK. But that's a really cool idea to actually do the art in Mac Paint. I wonder how some of those patterns would look on such a high-res screen. That'd be pretty interesting. Like certain ones, like the brick pattern. I feel like the bricks would be so tiny it wouldn't quite work the same way. But the shades of gray would probably look pretty great. Get all Bob Ross with that spray can tool. Untitled game. So back to our greenhouse. So I think we're going to pretty much delete these, but I'll leave them there for now. Open up the scrapbook. Copy that. Paste it. Ooh, that's... That's interesting and a little bit unfortunate that, like, I guess there's a limit on how big a bitbox can be. And sometimes when you're pasting things in like this, it'll split it up into multiple boxes. I wonder if there's any way we can... Like, maybe if I had drawn a closer selection on it, it would have worked out better. Let's see what happens when I paste in the other one. Yeah, I feel like, actually, I wonder if I selected it with the lasso, if that would have, given me that, perfect selection that would make the box as small as possible. Let's try that. because I'd love to have each one of those be a single shape. You know, clearly we created them all initially that way, so it should be possible. Yeah, the playdate is 1 bit as well. But since it's such high resolution, I think you're able to, you know, better give the illusion of shades of gray if you're trying to do that look. I feel like I tend to appreciate out of the games I've played stuff that, you know, really embraces the monochrome look. Close, open. Yeah. Okay. Small pots. So let's try this. Go ahead and, whoops. Sorry about the beep. Clear. We don't want those anymore. Yeah, so that's like perfectly centered, so I feel like it is, you know, just the pixels we care about are in there. So that should paste in a little better. All right. Oh, hello, Hinton. I miss you coming in there. I hope you're doing great. Earlier, I talked about, let's see, you had 2 suggestions that I especially liked last week. We have added rapier sharp wit as an object we are holding. That is a weapon. I don't know that we will ever use it as a weapon, but I did have a neat idea for a puzzle that we need to eventually drop our rapier sharp wit to get past a particular situation. What was the other thing you suggested? Oh, yeah, using the library Wi-Fi, which I think is a thing we will probably end up incorporating. I have this idea that I am very into where we can find a cell phone at some point that we need to interact with in multiple ways, and eventually we'll need to get on the library Wi-Fi. It's the kind of weapon that just possessing grants you great advantage. Okay. Greenhouse. Right now we're working on this greenhouse. Occasionally I like glance at chat and I see one message that I missed before, but then I forget, oh yeah, I should catch up on all of them. Yeah, I have had a similar problem with not finding time to use my playdate. I have the added, oh yeah, that was great. So now we get, for some reason, I assume just a technical reason, these bit boxes have like certain widths. So like if we're drawing one, it jumps between different widths here. But aside from that, this time we got a box that's almost exactly the size of the object. So that worked out much better. Okay. So then we'll replace those. Great. It's all coming together. Ooh, maybe we want some shadows. Maybe we'll just say that our light source is off to the right. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. So let's just do some simple oval shadows here. Let's see. No pen line. filled. That gray should work all right. I'll just drop a few of these in here. And then we'll bring our pots to the front. Yeah, not too bad. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I was saying about the play date. I've had, first of all, like, there's so many, there's too many fun things to do, too many games to play. I never have enough time for them all. And then the play date has additional complications of, since it's not a backlit screen, like, it's easier to see during the daytime, which is usually when I'm working. And then also, there's lots of games I would like to stream. I haven't done any Playdate streams in a while, but I would like to do some again at some point. So I'm like, man, do I want to dig into all my games off stream, or do I want to save that for a stream? I can't decide. Many things to think about. Hello, Efton. We still haven't made a complete puzzle, but we're getting there. The current thing we're working on is drawing this greenhouse. So the thing we're talking about doing here is basically growing a battery in one of these pot plants. It does not make sense, but that's okay, because we're in purgatory, and we can make up the rules here. I do think at some point we need to figure out how to hint that. I guess we don't necessarily need to hint that you will get a battery out of this, but we do need to figure out some way to encourage the player to try to grow something in this plant. But that's something we can kind of try to figure out as we go. And then eventually we'll use that battery in a cell phone that we also need to add. Maybe a potato and a light bulb. I love picking up the play date for these quick few minutes of play, but once Zelda Tears of the Kingdom comes out, goodbye free time. I know. Oh gosh, I'm scared. That game, Breath of the Wild, I spent so many hours playing that. I didn't even do everything in that game, and I spent, I don't know, probably 140 hours on it. That seems believable anyway. Maybe that's wrong. I might be thinking of like Persona 5 or something. But I spent a lot of hours on that game. And I'm sure Tears of the Kingdom, like I watched that last gameplay video they had, and like some of the stuff they got in there is wild. Okay, what are we going to work on now? I feel like that's in good shape. I definitely want to improve it a little more. Like the background is kind of plain, but I don't want to waste too much time just focusing on that one screen. So let's figure out what else we can do right now. Hello, Jabberwocky. Good to see you. Will y'all stream any of that? Tears of the Kingdom? Probably not. Probably not. It's tempting, but probably not. Completed Breath of the Wild twice. Nice. I pretty much I did everything except all the, like, there's like 300 Koroks you can find or something like that. I didn't do all those, but I did pretty much everything else. Okay. Let's do a little interactivity just to change things up here. We don't have the key to this house yet. Oh, here you can see the open door appearance. So I made the closed door as a separate object that gets overlaid on this scene, and then when you open it up, it'll swing in like that. I don't think it actually makes sense for an outer door to swing in, but I decided this would look nicer, so that's how I did it. 500 Korok seats, jeez. So let's for now set it up so you can just maybe we'll set it up so you can unlock the door even if you don't have the key, and then later we'll have a check for the key once we get that item in the game. So let's first add some code if you click on the door while it's locked. Ooh, what's this door called? Normal door? I think that's what I called it. If they click on the door, or this scripting gets so complicated because I feel like probably something we should do. I've tried to be flexible with commands. Yeah, I have been thinking about taking a break. I should do that soon. But I think we should maybe not worry so much about being flexible. Like, a thing I just remembered is we have in the commands menu, there's open and close. So if we have something to open and there's only one thing in the scene that makes sense to open, then we should just use the open command to do that. So if they click on normal door or the text equals open, then we'll, just assume they're trying to open the door. It's locked. So we'll just print that. And then we'll have if text contains unlock, then print you unlock the door. And then later, once we add the key to the game, we'll put in a check there to make sure that you actually have the item you need to unlock the door. And now we can use another variable. I'm trying to think of what's a good variable to use for this. We do K for key or D for door. Since we're talking about the door, let's use door. Actually, I'm going to put this on a different page here since our list of locations is going to get much longer. Well, somewhat longer. So let's use D1 is normal door state. And then basically 0 is going to be locked. And then 1 is going to be unlocked. And that's probably all we'll need to worry about for that variable. But I guess we could potentially have an open state, but we're going to deal with that by removing the door from the scene, basically. So actually, we'll print the text last. Let D1 $sign equal 1. Okay. So that's keeping track of now the door has been unlocked. So now if we go back here, where we're trying to open the door, we can look at that variable and do something different if it is already unlocked. So if D1 number sign equals 1, then print you open the door. Oh, and there's a good let me pop open my soundboard here. There's a really good creak I wanted to use for this door. I think it's this one. It's so long, but it's great. So that's creak.2. So we're going to play that sound. Shoot, how do we do a sound? Is it sound? Creak.2? Excuse you. It's almost a fart sound, but I'm fine with that. It's like some 1930s radio play stuff right there. Thank you for the flush, Culinary. Okay, and then we need to move the door out of the scene. So normal door to, and then we're just going to put that in storage. Okay, and I think that's everything. So if they click on the door or they type open, then we start out by checking if our variable has been set to 1. And if it has, then we'll play the creak sound, we move the door to the storage, and we print you open the door. And then we exit, which is important. We don't want to continue after that point. But if that doesn't happen, it'll print it's locked. And then separate down here, we have if the text contains unlock, then we set D1 to 1 and print you unlock the door. I should make a note. Totally normal house. Need to check if player has the key. Thank you for that flush, Hinton. Sometimes you gotta flush twice. Sometimes you regret the things you're saying as you are saying them. Oh, I moved it. Oh no, I hate when I do that. Hopefully that's right. I moved the window just a pixel, and it does keep track of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try out that code we added now. And after this, I will take a break. Oh, I forgot to turn... Oh, no. The coins are off on purpose because we don't want to die in World Builder. That would be bad. For a second, I was thinking I screwed something up. Okay, so if we click on the door, it just says it's locked. If we try open, it says it's locked. But we can type unlock, you unlock the door. And now we can just open again. It's such a long sound, but it all worked. We did it. If you die in World Builder, you die in real life. Exactly. That's why I had to turn it off. All right. And with that, I'm going to take a break. I will be back in a few minutes, and then we'll figure out what to do next here. I'm going to have to think about that a little. We got lots of ideas. So we got to figure out what to focus on. Feel free to give suggestions if you want. Back in a few.
Thanks.
Hello.
Thanks.
Hello.
Okay. I'm glad y'all are enjoying the sounds. Let's see. There's so many. There's some good ones. That one's pretty funny. That's Troll Hit. I really wanted to figure out some way that I could have some way to, choose from any of them to play easily and automatically. But I couldn't find anything. I even thought of programming something myself, but then I decided realistically I would not be able to get it done in time. So I gave up on that idea and just added a few. I might add a few more for future streams. But also, if you choose play a sound and pick a sound name from robotspacer.tv, you can choose from other ones, which I will then play on my little soundboard app here. A whole new stream of programming sound redeems. Probably not. All right, let's figure out what we want to do here. Actually, we should go in the greenhouse here. Look at that. Not quite done, but it's getting there. You do not need to save. So while we're on break, Unsecret Crush had some suggestions. First she was like, so how creepy do you want this game to be? And then she brought up her idea of when you open this door, there's like a random chance of a creepy, shadowy figure being right behind here. And maybe it kills you. It doesn't let you pass. She had lots of different ideas she was throwing out, which were all great. But that brought up the question of, do we want to have deaths in this game? Keep in mind, you are already dead, but that doesn't mean we can't have endings, like bad endings. So let's maybe do a vote. I gotta figure out how to do this. I'm getting there. Where's the button? Poll? New poll. Should we have deaths in our purgatory game? Yes, no. Okay, we'll do a 5-minute poll. Okay. Get your votes in. Hinton says you should only die if you try to hold your breath longer than 10 minutes. And Secret Crush said, if I was driving this game, it would 100% kill you because there is no gameplay reason to go inside the house, but I don't know what ideas you have for inside the house. Okay, so my ideas for inside the house are that there would be someone inside the house that you need to talk to. And also, that's where our very important interactive toilet is. We also had a suggestion, I think, that maybe our pettable dog is inside the house. Though, we could potentially have the dog be somewhere else, I think. So that's not mandatory, but it is an option. Edible dog? I don't think so. I don't think that's what we want. I think we want a pettable dog. A dog we can pet, not eat. Do not eat the dog. Death screen music. Ooh, do we have a good sound for a death screen? My tea is ready, but that can wait a minute. Don't let me forget about my tea. I don't know that we have a good death sound. We have some various screams to choose from. That was really hilarious. Let's see. There's also F scream. I'm trying to think of what could be a good death screen sound. Could have some howling. It doesn't really make sense. But there's no sounds that we have to choose from that is a good, like, you know, little musical thing to play. I think the music options we have are, there's fanfare, which is definitely not the right vibe for a death scene. We have drums, bird song. So, you know, they're all more upbeat kind of musical flourishes. I'm not entirely opposed to figuring out a way to get our own sound in here. But I would want to make it something that we create ourselves. Now I'm trying to think of what instruments do I have available to me that I could, like, dig out of a box and record. We do have a keyboard in the garage. I wonder if that still works. I also have a toy accordion in the basement, which I have used to record music before. Actually came out pretty good, honestly. And I have some guitars. Let's see how this poll's doing. Okay. We're leaning towards yes. You do? To which one? Do not know about the accordion? Yeah. I can't remember anymore if I bought it specifically for this purpose, but I'm pretty sure I used it for some music for I might have mentioned last week I worked on a demo for a children's game last week, and I'm pretty sure I used it for one of the songs for that. Okay, I'm gonna go get my tea. It'll just take a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, death has won the poll. Wonderful. I do like this because I think it would be fun to have some little death scenes. So Maybe we'll go ahead and add our first death. What should the death scene look like? So we're going to have a random chance that you open this door and there's a creepy figure here. And then I think what we'll do is if you try to go in at that point, then you will die. And then the typical world builder approach to dying is that you just like get a game over screen. But I like the idea of having like a little bit more of a Mac Venture approach where you're taken to a screen that has, you know, some artwork on it. I'm not sure what that should be. I guess we could maybe do a close-up of this figure that's inside the door. Or the only other thing that's coming to mind right now is just like a generic, like, I don't know, skull or something. Which could also be fun. And then that could potentially work for any death, I guess. I don't know why I'm picking this up. This is definitely way too hot still. Big hand to grab you. Ooh, interesting. So I asked Unsecret Crush to draw this outline of a figure she's imagining, and then she did her best to describe it. So we might just have to go with that description. But she was picturing, if anyone is here on Tuesday, we played this game, Occult Case Files, and at one point you see a figure behind a screen that's just kind of like standing in a creepy way with like a head tilt happening. So we'll maybe do something kind of like that. So like I'm picturing, you know, kind of off to the side here, and like their head is tilted in this direction, and then I'll do my best to make their proportions just a little bit weird. Draw it how? I mean, however you want. It's also not mandatory if you want me to just go based on your description. And then it'll be just, she was describing it as like just a slightly, you know, different shade than the background. So, you know, it's very relatively subtle. Don't have a drawing thing handy. Would you like me to bring you a piece of paper? You could draw in our game notebook. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. She's got our game notebook. Okay, so while we're waiting on that art, let's start putting some things in here. So as I talked about last week, most if not all of the characters we add are probably not going to be programmed as what the game considers to be a character. I'm trying to think of if we actually might want to do that with this one or not. I don't like an actual enemy in this game will just like constantly attack you. It'll attack you. It will run away. It might like try to pick up an item if there's one in the room. I don't really think we want any of that. I think we just want this figure to be standing there looking very creepy. So we'll create an object. And we'll name it normal guy. Oh, she's done. Okay, one moment. Okay. She said it's a very bad drawing and it's much smaller than it needs to be. But personally, I think it's great. Whoops, that's backwards. Okay. So here's what she has drawn, which is actually pretty close to what I was picturing. So that's great. Okay, so now that we have that, we'll go ahead and start drawing the art. So let's go back to our totally normal house scene. We'll draw it in this scene and then we'll move it out of here into the separate object. Okay. So we're going to do no outline. I'm going to try a couple different fills here. I think the other one is pretty good. Have I accidentally invented Slender Man? I mean, maybe, but that's okay. It's fine. I think that's great. I'm very happy with that. And I think I did a pretty good job interpreting your artwork. Oh, it's also very important to me that the feet line up with the edge of the door. Oh, okay. Can you explain what you mean? Like he opened the door but did not step forward. Okay, I see what you mean. So like there needs to be a path that this door could close without going through his feet. Yeah. Let's move him up. Yeah. I think that's a very good call. Phil Collins? What? All right, so let's cut that out and paste it into our normal guy object. Yes. Okay, now we need to add some code. So what do you want the odds on this to be on Secret Crush? The odds of him appearing. Do you have any opinion on this? I feel like it should be fairly small. Like maybe a 5% chance. Because what you described seems like a random occurrence of an unwinnable situation. So we don't want it to be super likely to happen. Let's see. How do we do a random number again? I think it might just be random and then a number sign. Yeah. It'll be a random, uniformly distributed integer between 1 and 100. So let's see. We're adding another if here. If random number is greater than 95, then end, and then we're going to move normal guy to the current scene. Actually, for now, let's make this a much higher chance. Let's do greater than 5, so it'll almost always happen, just so we can test out what happens when our normal guy shows up. Let's see. I think actually I will make this an exit. And then we'll have a different thing that prints when our normal guy is here. Slowly open the door. There's a shadowy figure standing just inside. Okay. Get that formatted. And then we want to set this up so that if you click on the figure or try to go north, you will die. It says anytime we have to look up the book, I think now we're cooking. Absolutely. Unsecret Crush said, would it be possible to have it not be an instant death, but like a couple seconds pass? Maybe you try to click on him and he doesn't respond, then you die. There are some things we can do there, I think. It's definitely a little bit tricky. I'm trying to remember. I don't think playing a sound delays any following things from occurring. There is for some reason, a silence sound you can play. I assume that's mainly included in case you want to have like a delay between other sounds playing. I don't think we can really use that for timing. But yeah, we might be able to get a little bit of a delay with some fooling around, but there's not a lot we can do. We could have it so that, you know, you have to try to go past him twice. So maybe something happens the first time you try that's like a little bit of a warning, or something like that. Although I guess my concern there is if we do that, then it maybe seems like this is a puzzle to solve, which, you know, we could make it into a puzzle to solve. But I don't want to make people think there's a puzzle to solve when actually it's just a death. Secret Crush, please make this game like an expert would. I just want it to be unsettling. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this game engine doesn't have a lot of flexibility as far as like timing of things goes. Okay, so let's add some more code in here. If we click, if click equals normal guy. Okay, let's do this. If normal guy, how do we check if something is here? I think we can do if normal guy equals scene. And okay, that check isn't necessary for the click, because obviously you can only click on normal guy if he's here. But we also want to have some text commands that give the same response. So, you know, having that check first just kind of simplifies things. So then we'll do if click equals normal guy, or text equals north. Let's do if we try to talk to him. Or should that be separate? I think Unsecret Crush suggested if you try to talk to him, then nothing happens. Like he just doesn't say anything. So we'll make that a different type of response. So if we click on him or try to go north, we print. What exactly do we print here? Oh, Robot's friend said you could have to leave and come back to not die. Would give ominous he's still around somewhere vibes. Ooh, I like that. That's great. That also gives us the option of increasing the likelihood that he will appear without, frequently putting you in an unwinnable scenario. That makes me think maybe we should have something different happen when you first try to go past our normal guy. So let's add a variable here. We could make this a third state of our door, since we have locked, unlocked, and blocked by normal guy. I can't think of any good reason to not just combine that. Blocked by normal guy. Hello, Kyle. An error like a Sierra game where you exit and re-enter to get rid of the death state. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to have multiple scenarios here that depend on this variable. So the first time we will set our D1 variable to 2. And then we'll print a shadowy figure blocks your path. And then, just because of the way things work here, above that, we're going to add our check for if D1 already equals 2. I want to exit after that. I guess we should give some hint here that they look threatening. I'm trying to think what's a good wording for that. If anyone has a suggestion for this wording, feel free to offer something. Otherwise, I'll try to think of something on my own here. But we want to suggest that if you try this again, you will die. It doesn't have to be super clear. I just want to give a little bit of a hint. That you should feel threatened by this figure. Also, I keep meaning to mention this, but it's funny that Spooky Tuesday has spilled over into Friday now. We're definitely making a spooky game here, which is fine. I just think it's funny. I feel like a silent figure in a dark doorway is pretty threatening. I suppose. And said if normal guy finds out you made him a door state, he might kill you. That's a valid concern, yes. Shadowy figure waits ominously in the doorway. Ooh, the hairs of your arms stand on end as a feeling of dread washes over you. I like that. Let's do that. So now if we try that again a second time, how exactly are we going to do this? Let's just for experimenting, let's see what happens when we play this silence.1 sound. And then for now, we will just move player to storage, which is the documented way to kill the player. If you move the player to storage, that's game over. Okay, so let's go ahead and take that and see what happens. Oh no, we got a syntax error. What'd I do? Oh. I somehow typed a 4 up here. That was not on purpose. Okay, we're good. What does silence sound like? I can tell you, I can show you right now. That's it. I'll play it again. Interestingly, this sound does have like the tiniest little blip in the waveform, but I could never hear anything when I played it. But I assume it's just there so you can like have a bit of a separation if you want to play multiple sounds but have a delay between them. I don't think it's going to delay non-sounds, but we're going to find out. The fidelity is amazing. Okay. So we can click on the door and it says it's locked. We can unlock it even though we don't have the key yet. That's a to-do item. So the door is unlocked. Okay, so that already confirms like stuff that's in the code after that sound happens immediately. You unlock the door. You slowly open the door. There's a shadowy figure standing just inside. Let's click. A shadowy figure blocks your path. The hairs in your arms stand on end as a feeling of dread washes over you. So this time we'll try going north. Oh, that's interesting. We did actually get a little bit of a delay there before game over popped up. So maybe that did work. But what we're going to do, instead of just having that game over pop up, we're going to actually move you to a death scene so we can have a nice piece of art. And Secret Crush suggested like a hand all up in your face, which I think is great. So let's go ahead and draw that now. Yeah, we can have text as well. So there will be a description. So if anyone has suggestions for that, feel free. Okay, so we don't actually want that open. We need to add another room here. I guess we'll add it over here. We have like all our, not an actual place rooms over here. So we'll keep those together. We'll call this normal death. And then we want to open our scene data. Don't want to let you go anywhere in here. And this is another case where it might make sense to customize the menu to remove everything. I'm thinking about how to handle this. Like I would prefer to just have it so that you can click a button to start over from our death screen, but I think what makes the most sense is you click a button and then you get the state that the game recognizes as a death, which is moving the character to storage. So that'll pop up that game over alert at that point. And then you'll just start the game over in the normal way. A feeling of complete normalcy encompasses you. You have died. So I think what we want here is just like a black background. Rectangle. And then I'm going to draw a hand. So this is going to be like kind of like what we see inside the door, but, you know, close up on this hand reaching towards you. So, you know, the hand will just be a very dark gray color. I'm trying to picture. I'm gonna Google reaching hand so I can look at something that's not my own hand. Hand reaching toward you? What? I accidentally hit return too soon and got a bunch of pictures of hands reaching towards toilet paper, which is very funny. Okay, now we're getting there. None of these are quite the right vibe I'm after. Like, these are the results I'm getting now are all like right in your face, like, you know. I want something that's creepy but not so like straight on, I guess. I'm just scrolling through options here to see if I can find something good. There's got to be one that's at least close enough to help me draw this. Somewhere, please, come on, somebody. Okay, I might just have to kind of work this out on my own to some degree. All right, this one's not too bad. Robot's friend. There's your silence. I'll play it again for you. I hope you enjoyed it. I could actually hear it that time. I don't know if it's coming through on stream, but there's like a couple little tiny like click sounds surrounding the silence. It is not complete silence. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can draw this. It would help a lot. I want it to be a right hand, but I need to draw with my right hand. By the way, I'm left-handed, but I draw with a mouse using my right hand because, you know, everybody puts the mouse on the right side of their computer, right? That's just the normal place to put it because most people are right-handed. And like, you could definitely move it over to the other side, but I never saw a need to hassle with that. So I learned growing up to draw with a mouse and do everything with a mouse with my right hand, which is fine, but it's a little weird and sometimes a tiny bit confusing. You're trolling us into hearing the silence. Is this Emperor's New Clothes thing? No, it's there. I promise. There's some little clicks in the silence. It reminds me of the intro to 4 minutes and 33 seconds by John Cage. Exactly. Hint said I put my mouse on the left side, but I am right-handed. Ooh, that's pro strats there. Unsecret Crush said the thing I was just thinking about, which is my left-handed mother also used a mouse with her right, but she held it upside down. So like the mouse is like turned around backwards, right? Yes, yeah. Which I guess if you have a wired mouse, you can do that just fine. But it seems a little weird to think about doing that if you have a wireless mouse, that works fine. But if you have a wire, it seems a little awkward to do it that way. That also reminds me of a story of, gosh, where did I read this? About, showing people the original Macintosh. And like, at the time, no one had really used a mouse. And one person that tried it, I had the mouse the wrong way around the whole time, just like on Secret Crush's mom, and found that really confusing to control that way. But overall, he felt that everything was really well done. So, he figured the people that decided that must have known what they were doing. I just thought that was funny. And I feel like that's kind of a thing that happens with computers a lot, is people just, encounter something that is unintentional, but they assume it is intentional. Gosh. I'm gonna do a quick, since I want to draw my right hand, I'm gonna sketch with my left hand on a pen what I want this to kind of look like. And this is probably gonna look terrible. Maybe I want the hand to be kind of more relaxed, actually, than I was originally drawing. The sketch is going to be terrible. Maybe this isn't helpful. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Yeah. There's my sketch. It's very bad. Now I'm doing this weird combination of like, I'm a little bit looking at my sketch, and I'm a little bit looking at this reference I have, which is a completely different angle. And I'm also just trying to figure out how to get what I'm picturing in my head out of all of this. This is definitely, I think, going to be something I end up redrawing off stream when I have more time to like focus on how I want this hand to look exactly. Although, I don't know, maybe it'll turn out great in a unexpected way. Who knows? Okay, honestly, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's not quite what I was after, but that's all right. All right. We'll leave that for now. I almost wish there was another black that's like even fewer dots. But that's the best we got. It'd just be kind of cool to have like, well, let me try this. Which way should this arm be? I'm just thinking, what if we showed a bit of the arm coming out? That's terrible. Let's try that again. Yeah, I can't get the angle that seems right, but let's see what this looks like. Oops. Should be in front. Nah. Never mind. It's better without that. It's a great hand, my daughter agrees. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you both. Yeah, the arm makes it less scary, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Hands are the hard thing to draw. That's quite true. I didn't. I was just looking up to see if anyone suggested anything for the text on the screen, and I saw Robot's friend saying, I choose third option, split keyboard and mouse in the middle. That would be absolute chaos. Oh, and Kyle and Era said, my wife always moves the mouse to the left side. Much frustration. Yeah, like, honestly, like, growing up as a left-handed person, like, anytime I had to learn something new, you know, it's a new thing, so it doesn't feel right either way, right? At least that was the experience I had. Like, a lot of, like, playing sports, you know, do you bat left-handed or right-handed? Do you play a guitar a normal way or not? Like, anytime I was faced with this decision, I would either try it both ways and feel like they both felt wrong, or I would just, you know, pick the normal right-handed way because that's what everybody did, and then I just tended to get used to it. At least for the most part. The shadowy figure slowly reaches toward you. You're unable to move as you feel a sense of dread wash over you. I feel like that might be too similar to the... I can't remember exactly what Culinary suggested for the previous text. I feel like it was something along those lines, which we don't want to like repeat the same thing, obviously. I'm trying to think of like, do we make it clear in this text that you have died, or do we just, you know, pop up the game over? Also, another tricky thing, like, I guess, how do we go from this screen to the actual game over? Like, we could try to put in a delay. We could try the silence thing again. Actually, let's do that. Let's see how that works. So we'll leave all this for now. Like, that's a good placeholder, if nothing else. And then we'll add some scene code. And we'll just play silence.1. And then we'll move the player to storage. And that should be all we need. And that code, since there's no, like, you know, if statement, that should run automatically once we get in here. What did I... Oh, it's sound, not play. Okay. So then we need to go back to our totally normal house code and change that a bit. How about you don't die because he's not using his predominant hand? Okay, so move player to normal death. Okay. When it there's always a little bit of a delay as it takes a minute to check your code for syntax errors. I always get a little nervous that like either it's going to give me an unexpected error or, you know, maybe even lock up or something much worse like that. Okay, let's try this out. Oh, wow. Kyle and Era says, I'm the only righty in my family, so I'm outnumbered. That's fascinating. Okay, unlock door. Open door. There's our friend. The creek is so long. The hairs on your arm stand on end as a feeling of dread washes over you. Okay, yeah, that worked out pretty good. The shadowy figure slowly reaches towards you. You're unable to move as you feel a sense of dread wash over you. We definitely need to change that sentence to something a bit different. But then we get the game over pop up. We could... I'm just trying to think if there's a better way we can set this up. Silver Streak, hello! Great to see y'all. I hope you're doing great. And I hope you solved the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm very excited to watch the VOD of that. Shoot, I haven't been doing shoutouts because Unsecret Crush is in the other room, but make sure to get one for you. I hope you had a good time. If anyone is new here, hello, I am Robot Spacer. I am making a game in this game system called World Builder, which was released for Macintosh in 1986. And what you just saw there was our first death scene that we had put in. I'll give you a little peek at the game as a whole here. It was Mario, wasn't it? So we start out at this bus stop. It says you're at a bus stop. It looks nice from a distance. Beyond the bus stop is complete darkness. And I won't go through the whole thing, but I'll give you a little tour of the area. We have a library here with a book drop you can open that something seems to be jammed inside. We have this totally normal house, and I will show you this little interaction we were just working on. We haven't programmed in the key yet, so you can just unlock the door even though you don't have a key, and you can open it up and you get a very long creak. This is one of the built-in sounds in this game engine, and eventually this is going to be a less likely thing to occur, but there will be a random chance of this creepy figure being inside the door. And then if you try to go past the figure too many times, you will die. It starts out giving you just a kind of a warning description that you're very disturbed by this figure there, just to give you a chance to leave without dying. And then we haven't programmed it in yet, but there's a suggestion that if you leave and come back, the shadowy figure will be gone. So that's the way to get past them without actually dying. So let's program that in right now. Mad Sammy, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. And Britt, I forgot to say hello to Britt. Britt, I hope you're doing great as well. Let's do some more shout outs here. Oh yeah, you were playing Nier Automata as well. Unsecret Crush, my wife has been playing that. I played it back when it came out, and she watched me play a little bit of it, but this is her first time playing through it. How are you enjoying it so far? So many feels, yeah, for sure. I really enjoyed that game so much. And Britt, I hope your Dark Souls has been going great. I was lurking a little earlier. Oh, my tea was too hot, and then I forgot about it, and now it's probably cold. It's a little bit warm still. These things happen. Okay, totally normal house. So how are we going to do this? Let's open up the scene code. This room's getting a little complex here, but not too bad. So this is tricky because I'm trying to think of the best way to handle this. So what we want to do is have it so that if this creepy figure is here and you leave and then come back, the creepy figure is gone. So we have a variety of options here. We could put something in the global code. We could put something in this code. I think I think that might actually work best. And I think if we put it in this code, we might actually see the creepy figure there when we come back, and then it'll disappear. Which initially I was thinking, oh, we don't really want that, but actually maybe we do, because that would make it even more creepy, right? Because we're reminded that this figure was there, but then they've disappeared, and who knows where they've gone. So let's add this at the top here. Oh, wait. We only want this to happen when they first enter the room. Okay, this is getting a little too complex maybe, but for other purposes, I set up this variable to keep track of what room we were last in, so we can actually take advantage of that. I'm worried this code is going to become too hard to follow because we're kind of pushing the limits of what this game engine was designed for. Ooh, how do we check if something is not a specific value? Let's check the manual. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do that that's a little bit unexpected. It's like 2 greater than signs, I want to say. Of course, it's not in the appendix that has most of the stuff in it. Random numbers. Oh, there is a variable that keeps track of visits. Oh, that. Okay. There's a loop variable that I think resets every time we enter the room. Okay, so we have visits is the number of scenes the player character has visited, and loop is the number of commands the player has given at the current scene. And I think that resets if we leave and come back. So that'll do what I'm after in a way that is a little more obvious. So if loop number equals 0 and normal guy is here, oops, that's backwards, scene at, then move normal guy to storage. And storage is just a place where we can store things that the player can't go to. Okay. So now let's test that out and make sure it works the way we want it to. Ooh, Culinary's got a description. Fantastic. As a shadowy figure reaches towards you, you realize you are frozen, unable to flee. The ghastly arm enters your body. Oh, and you know that this is the end. As your vision turns to black, you crumple into a cold, lifeless heap. Wow, that's pretty grim. I like it. Normal guy shunted into storage, he is going to be so mad at you. That's true, but that's okay. Unlock the door. There's our normal guy. So if we click once, we get this description that there's a figure blocking our path and the hairs on our arms stand on end as a feeling of dread washes over you. So we're going to leave. We'll just head over to this twisty little path. Since we got some new folks, we'll show off my little greenhouse here. This isn't quite finished, but we're getting there. And then we'll go back, and hopefully we'll see the figure briefly and then disappear. Oh, interesting. We didn't see the flash. But that's okay. The important thing is the figure is gone, so the code worked correctly. So now we could proceed into the house if we wanted to. I do wonder. Let's try this. We have that silent sound effect that will maybe give us that flash of the normal guy that I was kind of hoping for. It's funny that I was initially like, oh, that's an unwanted side effect, but now I want it. So let's see if we can get it. So before this, we'll do sound silence.1. I just remembered we've been keeping track of the sound effects we're playing. We need to add silence.1 to that list. We also added creak.2. Normal guy is such a funny name. It is. This I'm just gonna make sure this is the right video. Okay. Oh, that's very loud for me. Hopefully you didn't hear that. Silver, thank you so much. One day auto renew will work. I hope this for you. But regardless, thank you so much for 15 whole dang months of support. Greatly appreciate that. This is a video. It's titled Going to the Store, but the description is Normal Guy, Normal Walk. And I'm just sharing that with anyone who has not seen it before. It's very weird and a little upsetting. So keep that in mind if you choose to view it. I can hear Atsuka Crush watching it in the other room. Okay, what was I doing? I added the sound, right? There's the silent sound. So I just want to test that now. Yeah. Okay. Gosh, it's almost midnight already. Silver, I don't know if you heard me ask. Also, no worries if you are not actually here at the moment. I'm sure you need to either take a break or even get to bed. But if you are here, I would love to know if you were able to solve the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, no worries at all. We did solve the murder. Wonderful! I can't wait to watch your VOD. Okay, so we're gonna leave and come back. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, well, we tried, and that's what's important. The game was great. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, so we're gonna take that code back out. No reason to play a sound that's not actually doing anything. Okay. What's next? So we got a lot of bits of things that we still need to put together. Shoot. At the start of stream, I said that my one goal for today was to have a complete puzzle. And I think maybe we've added bits of additional puzzles that are incomplete. And I will definitely keep going for a little bit longer, but it is starting to get late. Yeah, we need to get the key from somewhere. We could just have the key jammed in the Dropbox, but I think I would like to have a level of complexity to that. Shoot, what was the suggestion? Did I write that one down? Someone had a specific suggestion for that. Oh, that there would be food in the Dropbox that we need to stop a guard dog. And then that will get us access to the key. And then also, the bonus of this is that we've added a dog to the game. And once we befriend them with food, then we could pet them, which, as we all know, is important for a good game. It's jammed, yes. So I think I like that idea. Should the guard dog be... I'm just trying to think of how... We already have this random occurrence of a figure in the doorway, and then... Like, I'm open to changing anything I had already, put together in my head, but my thought was that we would have a person inside the house that we can talk to, which is something I definitely want to have somewhere in the game, is a person we can talk to. So I'm worried if we put the guard dog in the house as well, we're maybe putting too much stuff in the house, but maybe that's okay. Key hidden inside a false book found inside the drop chute. Interesting. That's not bad. How would we do the interaction on that? That might be a little tricky. Like, it's definitely doable, but I can't think of a good way to do it in the, like, I guess we could just have text commands to search the book or something. Let me think about this a little. I do also want to have at least one other outdoor location, maybe south of the bus stop. I feel like maybe we won't add that today. Let's drop in a screen here. Just as kind of a reminder that we want something here. And we'll go ahead and set the boundaries of that. We did get some suggestions previously about having a supermarket, which is not a bad idea, just because that gives us a lot of, we could have you find almost any item that we could think of in a supermarket. My ideas are all complicated. That's okay. I already had the idea of putting an interactive phone or other type of modern device, and I'm 100% going to do that. So I'm completely open to complex ideas. I guess with the book, my thought is it would potentially be tricky to program, but it's ultimately a relatively simple interaction that maybe doesn't justify the effort involved. Like, if I could think of a good way to handle it, I would be all for it. But so far, I'm leaning towards the guard dog idea. The hand reaches out with a key, and you have to quickly grab it and back out. I like leaving this random occurrence as a thing that doesn't always happen. Which we need to adjust this value. Since it's not fatal, what's a good percentage here? We could just do 50-50. Well, let's do like 40% of the time it'll happen. We'll try that for now. That's something we might tweak as we play through the game and see how often that comes up. Okay. So I'm thinking let's go ahead and program this pet food in. Should it be specifically pet food, or should it be something, less obvious to give to a dog. I'm just thinking of what are some possibilities we could do. Soup bone. Okay, yes, perfect. Okay, so there's a soup bone jammed in the Dropbox. So we have some code to update here. Actually, let's go ahead and draw a little soup bone first. We just did a bunch of code stuff, so let's try to mix things up a little more. So as I mentioned toward the beginning of the stream, we want to keep a specific area at the bottom of the screen where items appear. I think probably when we first obtain the soup bone, we could show it on screen and have you pick it up, but we might just automatically put it in your inventory because that makes sense with the action you're doing. But it'll still be something the player could drop. So we need to have an image for it so you can see it when it's sitting wherever you've dropped it. And its position is going to be consistent in all the rooms, so we need to put it somewhere that'll work no matter what room they drop it in. Should the soup bone just be like a normal, like, very cartoon bone you'd see a dog chomping on? That's what I'm going to draw. Not the right shading. Fix that. Oh, whoops. Okay. And then I'm going to get a little bit fancy here and try to do some shading on that. Try that color. This is a case where I wish I could zoom in. I could do that if I made this a bitmap, but I want to try to keep this a vector drawing. This is a case where if I installed Supercard to use for drawing, this would probably be a lot easier. Oh, I accidentally completed the shape. That's not bad though. That's looking pretty nice. Let's try a different shade of gray just to make sure that's the right one. Yeah, I think I like the other one better. And I want to get just a little bit more of a shadow up here. That's not quite what I was aiming for. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Fire Drake TV. Good to see you. Apparently, beef soup bones are just like chunks with a little meat on. Huh. Okay. Well, we can do what we want. Okay, now let's update some code. First, we should configure this object before we forget. Like they aren't shaped like a cartoon bone. Yeah. So this is going to start out in storage. It's not plural. Its value is we're gonna give it a surprisingly high value. Speaking of which, the game has this like value of objects that it automatically keeps track of, and as far as I can tell, the only way to check that is to check your status. And something I thought of after the stream last week was that I'm pretty sure we could have a custom response that the game shows when you check your status. which might be something that we want to do, just because the default output from that is very like RPG style focused. Like it lists your stats, you know, it tells you your physical and spiritual health, and it gives you like your wealth and experience. But with the game we're making, I don't think any of those are terribly important. I don't know what else we would want to do with that, but something to figure out at some point. So this is a mobile object. Pickup message. Pickup message. Trying to think of a good message. We'll just leave the default for now. Okay, so let's edit this code. We got a lot going on here. Okay, so this is the code. This is after we have opened the book drop and then tried to reach inside of it. Currently it says you slide your hand into the opening. The rough edge scrapes against your forearm. Your fingers find the jammed object and you gradually work it free. I'm trying to think of how to adjust this. We're just gonna be straightforward for now. It seems to be a soup bone. Oops. And then we will move soup bone to player. Okay. So that should be all we need, I think. Let's go ahead and make sure that all works. So open the book drop. Reach in, reach in book drop. Slide your hand in the opening. The rough edge scrapes against your forearm. Your fingers find the jammed object and you gradually work it free. It seems to be a soup bone. We should probably make that more clear. You have taken out the soup bone and that you now have it in your inventory, but that should be what has happened. Let's double check. Your pack contains a rapier sharp wit and a soup bone. And now we can drop soup bone. And there's our bone. And then we should make sure that the appearance we've given works on other screens. That's a little bit close there, but that's okay. We might want to move it down a little bit more. This screen should be fine. I mean, it's okay if it's not quite perfect. Oh, gotta open the door. Okay, so yeah, that starts to look a little weird. I might want to adjust this screen. I'm just gonna make a note about this. Adjust greenhouse. Just like, I think maybe if I just bring these legs up and maybe move everything up, you know, it won't look like we're, for some reason, putting it underneath the table. But that's not too bad. I am, for now, just gonna move the soup bone down a little bit. Actually, if I move it a little more towards the center, maybe that won't be an issue. Okay. All right, So now we have the soup bone. Let's do a quick poll. This isn't a super important choice, but I'm having trouble deciding, so let's go ahead and do a poll. Should the dog be inside? Where should the dog be? In the house or in the backyard? We'll do a 3-minute poll. Okay. And then once we have the results of that, I will start working on adding that scene. So I wish we could increase the size of these windows, but we cannot. It would be great to see more of our map all at once. I'm going to rearrange this stuff up here a little more. Is that the top? Okay. Let's move all this down. So we have a little more room for our non-room areas, like our start screen. If we add more death screens, then we can keep them all in one place. And then we have a little more space to add things here. So, how are we going to do this? If we can go in the backyard. How do we get to the backyard? Ooh, the backyard is winning, so we're going to have to figure this out. Let's take a look at that's inside the greenhouse. Oh, we could have maybe west of here could be an area where there's a little doghouse. I'm just thinking because like the way I've drawn this, I think it makes the most sense for the greenhouse to be to the north. Since backyard is winning, I think I'm going to go ahead and at least plan for adding another backyard scene here. I always double click immediately when I mean to give it a name first. Backyard. And then we'll block off most directions from here. Let's have east is going to be open. Still winning. Last few seconds to get your vote in here. Seeing data. Okay, so we can go west from here. Okay, the path winds around to the back towards a greenhouse north of you. In the backyard has won unanimously. The path also leads back to the east. Just thinking how to word this. Just say straightforward, the back. This is one of these things where like, I don't know why there's like the most straightforward thing, but I cannot think of how to word it on stream. The backyard is to the west. We'll just, I'll make that better tomorrow. Okay, so now we're going to have another backyard scene. This is where our, we'll have a little doghouse here. So I think what makes sense is the key is inside the doghouse. And then if we give the dog the bone, we're just pulling from all kinds of favorite games here. This is very Colonel's Bequest. But if we give the dog the bone, the soup bone, then the dog will move out of the house, the dog house, and then we'll be able to get into the dog house and find a key there. I think that works great. And it'll just be our little homage to the Colonel's Bequest. So heck, what is this going to look like? I'm trying to picture, I guess we'll have some trees. We'll maybe see a little bit of the greenhouse off to the side back here. The doghouse will be over here. Let's maybe start by drawing a doghouse. How big? Is that too big? That might be too big. I want it to be a decent size because it's the focus of this scene. But I don't want it to, seem like it's enormous just because it's much larger than things in other scenes. Just fill it in white for now. Make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, it seems all right. Okay. Have this be like a little awning that extends out a bit here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's start putting in some shading here. That's fine for now. I probably should have drawn this before I put shading in. Otherwise it's harder to see what I'm doing. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna do an oval. As a little bit of a reference. No lines, only shit. There we go. Great. I'm happy with that. Let's get rid of this oval now. Oh, come on. Just one pixel. Okay, close enough. So we'll give that a dark fill. Make that gray again. It's maybe too dark. Let's try a lighter here and a little bit darker here. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so that's a good start. Maybe that should just be black. I don't know. Let's figure out what else we have here. I'm thinking like some trees around here. Hey, Bolt, good to see you. How did the rest of your Uncharted go? Watching you play that has been kind of making me want to play some Uncharted myself. Okay, good. I was a little worried that when I clicked over the close button, it would close the window, but it was smart enough to not do that. Let's see. How do I want the bottom of this tree to look? Oof. Let's move this all out more. Okay. Initially I was going to change this, but maybe the black works well. It's kind of nice, gives it a little spooky vibe. It was good fun. Nice. A little roof overhang on the right. Yes, I will definitely tweak that a bit more. I agree, it needs that. I want to give it like a little bit of dimension to the roof. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's do this first. Let's finish what I started out doing, and then I'll come back and do another thing I just realized I should add. Yeah, that's not what I meant. Let's start over. It gets so hard to see what you're doing here. I really should just leave all fills until I'm done, but it's hard to remember that. Oh, I got a little bit closer. That looks pretty good. And then I just want to add a tiny bit more little roof bit coming back here. Send it back. Make that a darker color. Well, that didn't quite come out right. Maybe I'll just delete it. That's fine. Creating the Red Baron's infamous biplane. Yeah, it's definitely got that Snoopy vibe. Oh, Silver said, I do want to go back to Uncharted 4 sometime, but I also never played the solo expansion, so I might try that. Solo expansion. Can you refresh my memory on... Was that the... Chloe? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was great. I would recommend it. Like many things, I could not tell you any details about it at this point, but I remember enjoying it a lot. Yeah, I honestly couldn't remember if that was like an expansion to Uncharted 4 or a separate thing. Okay, let's add a little bit more of this tree. I want to add some more branches coming out. Yeah, actually, let's have one that comes out over the... maybe this is too low. But I like the idea of it. Yes. Great. I just keep accidentally making this game spookier, don't I? When I was talking about adding trees, I was not imagining them being spooky trees. It just happened. I was imagining like, some normal, pleasant vibes backyard trees. But that's not what we got, and that's okay. Kyle and Air asks, are you planning to be able to stab something with your rapier sharp wit Monkey Island style? So my plan for the rapier sharp wit, it could potentially be something you could use as a weapon. I'm not opposed to that. But my main idea for that was that if you are holding your rapier sharp wit, which you automatically have at the beginning of this game, you'll encounter a scenario where you're kind of deflecting someone's questions with humor. But if you drop your wit, then you will stop doing that, and that will like allow you to take that conversation more seriously and honestly, and approach it in a different way and progress in the game. That idea came about because Hinton suggested we add rapier sharp wit as a weapon you can use, but any weapon in the game is also like an item, so it kind of has to be droppable. We could maybe kind of fight the game engine a little bit to make it not droppable, but I kind of love the idea of a non-obvious item that you can drop. Actually, like reminds me a lot of, I don't know if any of y'all have ever played the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Infocom text game. But there's a puzzle in that. I'm pretty sure at the very beginning of the game, you start out with no tea, and you have no tea throughout the vast majority of the game. And at some point, you I'm trying to think of how vague to be. First of all, I don't remember exactly what the puzzle is, but I'll just be vague and say there's a way you can change that. Ultimately, I believe you need to have tea and also no tea at the same time. I love the idea of a puzzle around object that you wouldn't expect to be able to be something that you could have and like drop or pick up or whatever. Okay, so that's a pretty good looking tree. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's put a little bit of that greenhouse back here. I'm just going to have like this, whoops. This side. Perspective. That's fine. Move that up a little more. Can I? Okay. Let's start over. I ended up with too many points on there. Okay, and that's going to be a lighter color. Oops. Okay, that'll do. Just want a little hint of that. Shadowy trees in the foreground are a sign of classic Sierra design. Yes, that is quite true. Okay, now we need, I think, to put in some grass shading. I think I'm going to start with just a big rectangle. Perfect. We'll send that to back. I don't love the grass texture. Maybe this one works better here. I don't love the grass texture, but also like our options are limited, and this does give a little bit of an impression of grass without having to put too much work into it. I think I want to like make the further back area here more in shadow. So let's add a little shape here. Actually, let's have a shadow coming off the doghouse. Just trying to figure out what direction I want that to be going. Yeah, we'll do like that. Adjust that. Is that? Yeah, it's not terrible, but it's not great. So tricky. If only we had like real shades of gray or something, this would be much easier. Would one of these work well on a doghouse? Get a little bit of a wood appearance, but it's not great. That's not bad. We'll go with that for now, at least. I guess actually this would come back. Yeah, something like that. That seems decent. Twitch does not know how to handle that amount of dots. Yeah. That is unfortunate, but what you gonna do? Okay, so let's add the main shady area I was originally starting to do. Just gonna add kind of a vague shape here. Okay. It's not terrible. We'll go with that for now. That's a pretty good start for this scene. What kind of dog is this going to be? Here. And open area of the yard. There's a doghouse here. Trees surround the area, most of them dead and leafless. A path leads east back toward the house. Okay. Snoopy. Bull, rot, pit, mutt. Kyle and Era suggested bulldog. I suppose, like, I was trying to, think of a specific dog type to add, but I suppose in the end, with these drawing tools I have available, I'm probably just going to do my best to draw something that's recognizable as a dog, and we'll take what we end up with. Yeah, Unsecret Crush asked the real question here. What kind of dog can you draw? Okay, I'm going to close this now, just because that's the only way we save here. And then I'm going to open it back up. Floppy ear or pointy ear? That is a very good question. Let's do another poll. Oh, what? I forgot to choose a time. We get whatever the time I set was. What is it? Oh, okay. I could not tell what was going on in that emote initially, Silver Streak, but I see now. You gotta match the fidelity of that silent sound, though. Speaking of sounds, do we have any good dog sounds? We could have. Let's hear what this sounds like first. Oh, okay. Maybe not that. If that's a dog, that's a extremely evil, messed up dog. Bark. There we go. Okay, so that's the sound. Maybe we'll have that play periodically when you're in this scene before you have given the dog the soup bone. Something, it doesn't sound super threatening, but it's a clear, like, this dog is not super happy sound. So that's SM bark. I'm going to go ahead and write that down. Silver says, both Bee and Willow are relatively difficult to draw due to patterns and such, but they are one floppy ear and one pointy ear dogs. Yes. Let's look at some dog emotes I have here. There's Bee and Willow. Who else do I have in here? Of course we have Oren and Kimari. Lots of floppy ears there. I guess when it comes down to it, I am a little bit partial to a floppy-eared dog, but there are some pointy-eared dogs that just that's a great look pretty often. I mean, I guess if I'm being real, all dogs are pretty great. Some Sonneveld's dogs. Floppy wins the poll. Is that okay, Pointy got 1 vote. Pretty overwhelming result. Okay. I will do my best to draw a great floppy-eared dog. Oh, yes. Culinary's dogs, Nacho and Lily. Fantastic. I abstained from voting. VOD editing. Totally reasonable. Okay. So, I was initially picturing like a dog just kind of lying, like, you know, head on the ground, paws sticking out. But I think if this dog is barking, we want it to be more attentive than that, right? So we'll have paws sticking out, and its head will be kind of up high. Maybe we'll have like the mouth open a little. Let's see if I can draw that. Also, thank you all for your votes. Pets are good. This isn't up for discussion. Completely agree. Okay. So since this dog is going to move around somewhat, like initially it'll start out in the doghouse, and then we'll have it move probably back here when it's chomping on the bone. Yeah, we'll have it kind of peeking off the edge of the screen, chomping on the bone. But we'll start out drawing it in the scene and then move it to its own object when I'm done. Ooh, okay. This is going to be very hard to draw, so let's change this fill. Actually, I'm going to delete that background shape. We'll add that back in later. It's easy enough to do. This way I can see where my lines are going, and where the cursor is much easier. Oh, it's kind of late, huh? Oops. How to draw a dog. I feel like the pressure's on here, because like this is a dog. It's got to look great, right? I don't draw that much at all anymore. I am an artist. I've been an artist all my life. But I kind of spend a lot of time just programming these days. And I definitely have not drawn a dog in a long time. We'll get there. But I will require some patience. Okay, I like where this is going. Okay, I think this is a good overall shape to start with. Yes, I love it. Cat's also great. Your cat's name is Ramen, right? Or Rams? Oh, look at all those dogs. Love it. Thank you, Robot's friend. Oh, got the Mary Kay Thick. Love it. Oh, this dog is cute. Is that the... That looks like the dog from Futurama, right? This Vixen Stay. This is the part of the stream where I just look at all the cute dogs in chat. Wonderful. Guy Fieri. Love Guy Fieri. For reference. Thank you. All right. So this is pretty good. We need some detail here. I like the overall shape. We're going to add... Gotta add those floppy ears that y'all voted for. So I think I'm just gonna do this as like a little sliver here that is gonna be shaded a different color. And then we'll add another ear coming down on the other side of the head. I enjoy cats very much. And if I could not be allergic to cats, I feel like cats would possibly be my pet of choice. But since I am allergic to most cats, I guess it was not meant to be. Gotta run, be fashionably late to dinner. Happy coding. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night, Fire Drake. Okay, so that's pretty good. We got some good ears. Eyes. Oh, hello, Postfix. From The Simpsons. Okay, interesting. Oh, and Robot's friend said it's probably Futurama, but IDK. I mean, the art style would be the same either way, so. Maybe we want an oval for an eye. That looks kind of hilarious, but also I a little bit love it. I might just go with it. Fill it in black. It's kind of great. Let's shade this and see what it looks like at this point. So I'm thinking a lighter color for the dog just to help it stand out a little bit, but we want a little bit of a texture on it, I think. Maybe it'd be better to just have the dog be white. I could put a little shading on it maybe to so it's not like all bright white. Let's fill in this with a darker color and maybe get rid of the outline on that shape. And then fill this darker too. White gives sheep vibes, but I'm kind of here for that as well. We do also have a sheep sound. Let's try actually some darker gray colors. That's not bad. That could work. What else do we have here? We could try experimenting. I've mostly avoided the weirder patterns. Because they're a little bit tricky to work with. Like that. But there are a couple that work well in specific circumstances. That's the pen color. That's not what I meant. I kind of like that. Thank you, Silver. The only thing I don't like about this color is the eye shape doesn't have the same vibe anymore. I'm trying to see if there's a spot where I can put it where it looks round again. That does look a little bit mad, which is maybe good for this while the dog is barking at you and wants a bone. We need a little nose on the dog, I think. Another oval. Yeah, that's exactly what it needed. Okay, so I was just thinking, since we don't always want the dog to bark, we can't do the barking sound as like if we go into our scene data, we can specify a sound here, but that's not something we can change programmatically, so we can't really use that. So I think what we'll do instead of that is if the dog is in its initial state and you enter the scene, then we'll play the barking sound. I think that should work well. I think I'm going to go ahead and hopefully select... Ooh, could I maybe just do this? I think that'll... Yeah, okay. So we're going to drop that dog into its own object now. Create... name. Dog barking. Since we'll have each state of the dog will be a different object. Paste that in there. And we should configure this so that'll be considered an immobile object, and it will be in the backyard. Invaluable object. That will do nothing since it's immobile, but important nonetheless. What should it... we won't worry about the click message. We're going to add code that determines what happens when you click on it. Okay. So let's add a little code to our backyard here. First thing we need to do, we've been keeping track. We have this variable that keeps track of where you were. So we need to add another one to that. Backyard is number 6. And that's L1. So when you enter the backyard, we have let L1 number equal 6. And then elsewhere, actually, before I forget, I'm going to go to the other end of that code here. The dog should sound like the loon. So if L1 is 6, then we move the player to the backyard. Okay. I didn't mean to open this, but now that I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and put our grass texture back in. Good. And so here we're going to have if dog barking equals scene at, basically if the dog is in the current scene, then we'll play the sound, was that sm.bark. I'm very curious what the SM is for. Small? And then end, because we want it to continue. Actually, that will play... We'll leave that for now. It might be too much barking, because this is going to play when you enter the scene and then anytime you do an action in this scene. But that might be okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and test that out real quick. Maybe SM are the initial of the bark voice actor. That is a pretty reasonable guess, I think. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So we're at the bus stop. We've got our normal house. We've got our twisty little path. That's great. I love it. Okay, you're in an open area of the yard. There's a doghouse here. Trees surround the area, most of them dead and leafless. A path leads east back toward the house. Oh, I missed the rat sound effect. I was talking over it. Oh, that's not an automatic sound. I need to play the rat sound effect. I got confused for a second there because we do have some that are automatic. Where's rats? It should be under R. There's rats. If you've ever played Dark Castle, some of these sounds will sound familiar, including rats, bats, and oof. Where's oof? But thank you for the rats hitting. Okay. We should update the text to mention the barking dog. Okay, so that can't be part of the scene description, so that'll be something that will print along with when we play the barking sound effect. There's a dog here in a doghouse. Is doghouse one word? It feels right to me. I'm trying to think if we should, hint at all. Thank you for the loon, F-Tom. If you weren't here earlier, that is the loon sound effect, but Twitch wouldn't let me create a reward named loon, so I had to name it Waterbird. Thank you, Robot's Friend, for the loon. I'll just say it's barking. There's a dog here in a doghouse. It's barking. Thank you for the thanks, F-Tom. Okay. So just go west a bunch. Great. Oh. Oh! That didn't work out how I intended it to. Hello, Uli Witness. I actually don't know how to pronounce your name correctly. Uli or Uli? If you're able to give me any help with that over text. It was correct. Uli? Okay. I hope you are doing well. Also, I'm gonna give you a shout out. Last playing Deathloop. Nice. I have not played that one myself. I would like to eventually. Okay, so the text printed before the scene description, which is not what I was trying to accomplish. I'm trying to figure out... I guess maybe in this room... we should set this up so our entire scene description is in code. And that way we have more control over it. So let's give that a shot. Or actually, we can leave this as part of the scene, and then we can just put the first paragraph in code. Thank you for the flush, Kyle. I think my goal for next week's stream will be to get our toilet in place here. We gotta do the inside of the house to get to that point. Okay, scene code. I guess we should open up the description so we can copy that out. A thing I ran into when I was testing things is that there's a weird undocumented limitation on the print command. And if you put too much text in a single print command, it will get cut off. But I don't know what that limit is. So we'll have to just kind of fiddle around with it a little bit. Okay, so we'll leave that space there, so we'll get some space between our other text. And then we'll print. Okay, so this we want to print first. Just thinking here. It's a dog. There's a dog in a doghouse. It's barking. Let's say it's barking at you. Okay, I think that should work out right now. Let's do a quick check. I always want to check out World Builder more closely. It's by Bill Appleton, the guy who made Supercard, and supposedly there are a few similarities. Yeah, actually, I don't remember Supercard well enough to talk about that. When I was younger, I spent a lot of time fooling around in both World Builder and Supercard, as well as Super Paint. But it's been so long since I've used Supercard, I can't really remember that much about how it works. But both very cool programs that I enjoyed. I enjoyed making bits of games in. Most of them were never really finished or anything, but I had a lot of fun. Oh no! Oh no! How did that happen? On the ground, you see a normal guy. What did I do? It's possible I forgot to change the... by default, when you create an object, it will just appear in a random scene. And it's possible I forgot to change that to having the normal guy start out in storage. But this is a very funny bug to encounter. I'm glad it happened. You now have the normal guy. We also forgot to make the normal guy in a mobile object, so we can, in fact, pick him up. Your pack contains a rapier sharp wit and a normal guy. Great. Okay. You're in an open area of the yard. There's a doghouse here. Trees surround the area, most of them dead and leafless. There's a dog in a doghouse. It's barking at you. A path leads east, back towards the house. Drop normal guy. You no longer have the normal guy. Oh, So this is another unexpected thing happening, which is I forgot that that code we just wrote is going to appear every action we take. So it's going to keep repeating that description, which we don't want to have happen. So we need to check the loop number value. Let's go to the credits and drop our normal guy here. There. You no longer have the normal guy. We'll just leave him there. Okay. Let's see if we can fix some bugs here. So starting with our normal guy. Let's open object data. Yeah, so we left that on random. We actually want that to start in storage. I'm not sure what normal guy's value is. It's medium. Okay, and we don't need a click message since we already handled that in code. Dog barking we did remember to set up correctly, so that's all fine. We do need to tweak that scene code. I keep thinking about, is there a better way we can do this? If loop number equals 0, then end. Okay, so then this main description will only print when we first come into the room. The tricky thing is, like, we kind of also want that to print if you look, right? I think that repeats the room description normally. Supercard and Super Edit could quit and launch each other, so switching back and forth was a bit more convenient. Oh, interesting. Okay. I need a bathroom break. I should probably just stop, but I want to do a little bit more. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then I'll come back and we'll do a little bit more before we finish up for the night. Okay. Silver, good night. Thanks so much for coming by. Appreciate the raid and hope you have a good night. All right, let's see if we can piece a little bit more of this together. So here's a question is so the idea for this puzzle we've pieced together thus far is that you need to give the dog the soup bone you find, and then after he has the soup bone, he'll leave his dog house to go sit off to the side and chomp on his bone, and then you'll be able to find the key that is hidden in his doghouse. So the question here is, what happens if you simply drop the bone? Should we allow that as a solution to the puzzle? I'm kind of thinking yes. I think we should allow like just dropping the bone, or, you know, specifically typing, you know, give bone. I think that makes the most sense. So we'll do it that way. So let's add some code for that. As usual, I have opened the wrong thing. Scene code. Okay, so if text, let's see, how are we gonna do this? If soup bone equals scene. So that's checking if the soup bone is in the scene. So that will effectively check if we have dropped it. And then we need to check also for if the text equals give bone, or I really wish if there was one thing I could add to this language, I would love a way to, like, you can do if statements that have multiple ors, you can have if statements that have multiple ands, but you can't mix the two, which makes it really hard to accommodate synonyms for different words. And, you know, with anything that, you know, the puzzle kind of requires text parser input, you know, I would prefer to be as flexible as I can. So I would love to say, you know, maybe I have a comma separated list. So give, throw, toss, you know, multiple ways to refer to, you know, offering the bone, and then, you know, the text could be referred to as bone or soup bone. But, you know, we don't have that. So we just kind of have to figure out what awkward way works best. But I think what I'll do is just list a bunch of different options with or statements. I don't know if there's a limit on ors, but we'll see what happens. Give soup bone, or throw bone, or throw soup bone. We'll leave it at that for now. That's a decent number of options. So when that happens, we want to move our soup bone to storage. Because the dog is going to have a bone that he's chomping on, but that'll just be kind of like a part of the artwork. We can't, since the dog in code is an object, we can't really, give the bone, the dog can't have ownership of the bone. If we did the dog as a actual character, then it could, but then that gives us a bunch of other, automatic enemy behavior that we don't want. So we'll just move the bone to storage, and then since our different states of dog barking and dog chomping on bone are also separate objects, we need to swap those out. So dog barking also gets moved to storage. And then we haven't created it yet, but we'll go ahead and add code for dog. We'll call it dog chomping to the current scene. And then we should probably print something. Taz is really good at that. It has proper objects, and each object has adjectives and nouns. So a noun must be there, adjectives may be there. So pot plant would have the noun plant, whereas plant pot would have the noun pot. Yeah, like this world builder is definitely designed as more of a point and click interface that also supports very simple text commands. So it's definitely very limited in terms of that. I'm trying to think if we have a sound that could work at all for a dog chomping on a bone. I kind of don't think we do, which is fine. I'm just taking a quick look. Yeah, we'll just have the dog chomping quietly. The dog. Calinair said, gotta head off to. Game's taking shape. Nice work. Thank you. And thanks so much for hanging out, and hope you have a great rest of your day. The dog takes the soup bone, walks out of the dog house, and sits contentedly on the lawn, chomping the bone. So then we need to make dog chomping. Whoops. Missed a letter. And configure that object. So this will start out in storage. Once again, dog invaluable, maximum value, even though this won't do anything. A mobile object, and that's all we need to set up there. Okay, so now we're going to need artwork for that dog. I think that'll be the last thing I do tonight. It's funny. We're back here again, and once again, I'm going to delete this texture. It's fine. So now we're going to have the dog sitting partially off screen over here. And I think the idea is I'm just going to have, paws out similar to in the doghouse, but, head on the ground and just our soup bone in its mouth. So I will do my best to draw that. Also, I kind of wish I had the other dog state here as a reference. No. This isn't quite working out, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Dog usually get up to bark. Yeah, that's why I wanted the dog to be alert when it's barking at us. I mean, like, certainly standing up would probably make more sense, but I figure if he's alert in the doghouse, because, you know, we need him to be in the doghouse because he's preventing us from getting an item there. And then when he's content, he'll be just kind of chilling on the grass over here. It keeps doing this where when I reshape the polygon, the line becomes invisible. And I swear it didn't used to do that. And I'm super confused by it. Now it's visible. This didn't come out how I want it to, and I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. Also, like, it's hard for me to visualize exactly what this should look like. Let's just start drawing in some additional shapes here and see how it goes. Here's a floppy ear sticking out. And then we need to add the other paw back here. That looks not quite right, but I also kind of like it. And let's draw a little bone. Sticking, whoops. Bone sticking out. Grunting. Ooh. Trying to remember what that one sounds like. Yes, it's kind of a pig sound effect, but thank you for the grunting hint. So if we put a pig in our game, we're all set. I'm going to start this over. It didn't come out right, and it's hard to adjust because everything's so close together. That's better. And then we want a little bit more bone sticking out over here. That doesn't really read. I guess it should stick out more than that. I guess it could potentially just stick out one side. That's pretty good. Yeah, this is running in Mini VMAC, which I've really enjoyed for emulating older Mac OS versions. I do have a 128K Mac in the garage, but it stopped working a long time ago, and I would love to see if it's possible to repair at some point, but I don't have a lot of hardware knowledge, and just haven't had the time to look into that more. No, I have not taken out the battery. And yes, I do know that is a major concern. Probably at some point I will crack it open and see what kind of mess is in there, and then do my best to learn if it's salvageable it or not. Let's see. We need some ovals. We need a nose. The last time I took it out of the box, it actually booted up fine. It's honestly been a long time since then. I don't remember how long ago, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than 20 years ago, even somewhere around there. It booted up fine, but the mouse just did not function well. So I bought a new mouse off eBay, and that worked great. I played a little Dark Castle. And then the next time I tried using it, I just got a steady beep from it, is what I recall. And then at some point I put it away and have not gotten it out since. I have a bad feeling it won't be salvageable, so that's definitely a contributor to why I haven't spent much time on it. Thank you for the Loon Culinary. Oh, I messed up the eye. It was perfect, and then I screwed it up. It was perfect, but not quite in the right spot. That one came out square. Usually by now the capacitors would be dead. Yeah. I've watched a couple videos occasionally just to, kind of see what's involved in opening up an old Mac and fixing it up, but certainly haven't really learned enough to be very useful. Eventually I'll get the perfect eye here. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna leave it at that. Let's see, what colors did we use for the dog? I think we used a gray like that. Is that right? I think so. Black eye, black nose. And then we shaded some things a little darker. So we'll shade this background paw a little darker. That's not perfect, but it's pretty good. I think we're going to leave it at that for now. And let's once again add our grass back here. Every time I cut something out of the scene and it's only on the clipboard, I get very nervous. Paste. Okay. There's our chomping dog. It's a dark time in history for hardware of a certain age. We're on the cusp of a lot of cool old stuff failing. Yeah, for sure. Even just like CDs, old CDs and floppy disks and stuff like that. Dealing with that kind of stuff is especially a bummer because, like if it's a disk that has, your own data on it, it's not replaceable unless you happen to have another backup of it. At some point, I started keeping backups of stuff on a hard drive, and I would continually move that onto new hard drives. So there's certain old files of mine that I still have backups of, but there's a lot of stuff like this. One thing I always think about is at one point I took a bunch of old files, and I put them all on a SciQuest drive. I don't know if any of y'all remember this format, but it was like a pretty big sized like cartridge thing, pretty thick. And at one point that cartridge started failing, and I couldn't get any data off it. And I pleaded with my parents to loan me the money to buy some data recovery software just to attempt to get the data off it, just because I knew that if I didn't do that, eventually that data would just be gone. And like I had very recently, you know, asked for money for some other purpose, so they were unwilling to do that, which, you know, was perfectly reasonable. But I never did get that data off, and I probably still have at least some of the same files on floppies, but now probably that's all unrecoverable. Yeah. SciQuest Easy Drive. I don't remember the Easy signifier. But yeah, it was kind of an exchangeable hard disk kind of thing. I actually don't know that I've ever seen the inside of a SciQuest cartridge, but I imagine it was something like that. They were pretty high capacity, and you know, you just had a special proprietary drive you would stick it into and copy my floppies to my iBook years ago, luckily, but some of my CDs died. Yeah. I did. I also had a lot of stuff on zip drives, which, you know, that's another case where I made sure to put all that stuff onto a hard drive at one point, which worked out great because, you know, obviously I don't have a working zip drive anymore. But some stuff is just lost. I had a lot of neat old game projects that I don't know that I'll ever be able to recover. I made a lot of little things in HyperCard or SuperCard that I would love to be able to check out again. All I've really found of those are some fragments that are not really complete. Like I think I found some there might have been, there was a program called Studio One that you could do animation in. I think they were in that format for a little game thing I had made. I think we have a semi-working puzzle here. So I'm going to test this out and see if things work as expected. So we're going to open this up. Get that lovely, horrible sound effect. And then we can reach in. Drop. Reach and drop. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the soup bone. That's in our inventory. And there's our dog. And then we're going to give the bone to the dog. Oh, that didn't work. Interesting. Why didn't that work? Drop soup bone. You no longer have the soup bone. Interesting. Okay, so none of this is working the way I expected it to. I feel like if I take another action, it might do the command if the soup bone is in the scene. Okay, yeah. So we got there eventually. The dog takes the soup bone, walks out of the doghouse, and sits contentedly on the lawn chomping the bone. It's interesting that give bone didn't work. I'm going to check on that real quick. Easy with SciQuest Zip competitor. Oh, okay. Bought it because they said SciQuest's been around for decades. iOmega is new. It's the safer bet. Turns out iOmega bought the rights to making easy cartridges once SciQuest went belly up. Oh, that's interesting. Robot's friend said, now you're reminding me I should migrate things off the stack of DVDs I archived in 2013. Yeah, for sure. I have so many DVDs and CDs and stuff that archiving everything is not a project I really want to consider. So the approach I've been taking lately is if I ever, pull out a disc to get something off of it, and I think I would ever use that disc again, I will just make a full copy of that disc and store it away. Okay, scene code. So we said if soup bone is in the scene, or text contains give bone, or text contains give soup bone, or text contains throw bone, or text contains throw soup bone, then. So I said give bone. So the best I can figure here is that I hit a limit on or statements. And that's why it's not working. But I think I will have to poke at this another time. I think I will have to do some experimenting and try to figure out what is the problem here. But we did pretty good today. Let's take another tour through what we've put together so far. Oh, I wish I could type easy without the space, but apparently you have a better TTV emote set up with that name and I get easy. I don't have any better TTV stuff set up myself. Archive maintenance is a whole thing. I'm dealing with that at work right now. 15 years worth of LTO tapes. What's LTO? Not familiar with that. Okay, so we started our bus stop. We still have the schedule we haven't filled in the details for. It's a future project. We have the library. Oh, I never got around to it, but I wanted to add a little, just a tiny thing that you can't quite make out, but you can tell there's like a little sign in the door. And that sign, if you examine it, will turn out to be a little sign that says free Wi-Fi. So that's going to be a hint that you can get on the Wi-Fi outside the library. But we'll come back to that once we get into that puzzle. So here's our book drop. We can reach in there and get our bone. We can drop our bone wherever. We have to say soup bone. No longer have the soup bone. We can pick it up. Honestly, I might be a little tempted to just rename that to bone just so it's easier to type commands for it, but we'll think about that. We could still refer to it as a soup bone. No BTTV, FFZ, or no, I don't have any of that stuff set up. Usually it only shows for channels that have it set up. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't done anything like that. LTO is a modern digital archive tape. Modern, but the earlier ones are multiple generations old. Got it. So this is the door, which is currently unlockable even though we don't have a key yet. And there's the shadowy figure standing just inside. We will not go in because that's a death. Let's make sure they're gone when we come back. Okay, so that worked out right. Grabbing food from the oven. Sounds good. We have this door we can open. We can go in the greenhouse. Nothing to do in here yet, but we have our lovely little pots that we will fill in later. And then we have our backyard. We have some code that needs cleanup here, but we have a little bit of this working. Let's try another action like throw Throw soup bone is another one we programmed in. Oh, that worked. Interesting. This all looks very game-like. It does. So then we will still need to program looking into the doghouse. I think we'll probably set it up so you could click on or type, we should support the search command. So if you search at this point, when the dog is outside of the house, then you'll be able to find the key there. And one thing, we didn't do it with the soup bone, but I wonder if we maybe want to have, like when we search for the key, instead of putting that directly in your inventory, we have the key appear on the ground here, and then you click to pick it up. You know, even though it makes sense that if we're searching in the doghouse and we pull a key out, we wouldn't drop it on the ground in front of us. But, you know, it lets us see the item. And then, you know, we have to click to pick it up. So, you know, that makes it 100% clear that that is now in our inventory. We honestly might want to do that with the soup bone as well. But like that's kind of the typical world builder approach in my experience. Let's see. Did we check everything out? I think we did. Oh, we also added a room here that's untitled. But yeah, I think that's it. And then, of course, we have our credits, which we probably have some more names to add there. Also, what do we have in our inventory? Oh, we just have our rapier sharp wit. We've dropped those in the credits now. But yeah, I think we're doing pretty good here. Oh, we should put some text. We can put a little bit of text on the about screen here at the top. I decided not to use that for credits because it's a very limited space. But at some point we'll put something in there. Thank you. So that is going to be it for today. Oh, I almost forgot to talk about this a little bit. So I have decided that my next Tuesday game, Spooky Tuesday, will be Kathy Rain, which is a game. Let me open up my notes real quick here. It's by Clifftop Games, which is the developer that made Whispers of a Machine, which was a very cool game. I still have not played it myself, but let's see, Bolt did a stream of that, right? And also Silver and OK Retro Zone played through that when they were doing streams together. And both times I enjoyed it very much. And I've heard good things. Kathy Rain is an earlier game from this developer, but I've heard good things about it. It is maybe a little bit like Gabriel Knight kind of vibes. Sounds like Twin Peaks was a big inspiration. You play as a journalism student named Kathy Rain, who she's like goes back to her hometown to investigate the mysterious death of her grandfather, I believe. Oh, you played Kathy Rain. Nice. Yeah, it originally came out in 2016, and then there was a director's cut in 2021. So the one thing I wanted to ask is if anyone has any opinions on which version I should play. It sounds to me like the director's cut is pretty well agreed on as being an improvement. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I gathered. Bolt said director's cut, absolutely. Okay. I just wanted to check with some folks that were more familiar with the game to be sure that that was the way to go. But yeah, it sounds like looking at screenshots, it seems like they made it widescreen instead of like a 4:3 aspect ratio. They added some puzzles, fleshed out the story more. I saw a specific mention of improving the ending, which it sounded like maybe was a little bit rough initially. So yeah, I will play that version. And I'm very excited for it. I was trying to decide what to play, and I had some other games I wanted to check out, but I was like, these are short. I keep doing short games, and I want something a little bit longer. So I think this will be a fun choice to check out. So that'll be on Tuesday. I posted a link to my schedule there. 8:30 Eastern time, the usual. And then a week from today, we will continue our World Builder game. Like last week, I think I will spend a little bit of time tomorrow polishing up what we worked on today. Mostly trying to improve the little code quirks we ran into there, I think. And I'll probably try to finish up some of the artwork. And then we'll continue building on this next week. I feel like this is shaping up pretty well. Honestly, I had no idea what to expect when I started doing this. I thought it would end up being more chaotic. But like, I feel like this is coming together really nicely. And might end up being, it's going to be a small game, but I feel like it could end up, being reasonably well done, which is honestly much more than I hoped for. Thank you for the thanks on Secret Crush. So yeah, also speaking of Unsecret Crush, her streams, thank you for the flush hitting. I'm so glad I added those sound effects. It's been a hilarious and enjoyable time. Thank you for the loon on Secret Crush. She will be playing on Monday evening. More Near Automata, which I've been enjoying a lot. And then I believe Wednesday she is doing a special stream because there's a new Genshin update coming out. That's next week, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I think that's everything I wanted to mention. I'm going to see if I can find somebody cool to raid, which I imagine will be no problem. Choices. Let me make sure this is refreshed here. Okay, I think we're going to go say hello to Galara Dragon. She has been playing a game called Hack from, coincidentally, also released in 1986. I am not familiar with this game at all, and I haven't been able to catch any of the streams, but it looks pretty neat. It's like a ASCII art overhead view. Like I'm pretty sure the original Rogue had this kind of art style. Oh, you missed the end. What was the bug with the dog actions? It didn't seem to understand some of the commands that I had programmed in. I don't know if it's because I put too many ors in the if statement or what. The manual did maybe suggest that there was a limit, but it wasn't super clear on it. But yeah, I'll have to figure that out. So let's get this raid started. You need to train it with treats. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you all being here, and it's been a lot of fun doing streams like this. I hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see y'all around. Bye. Take care.